Started a little bit late. I know that Councilmember Luke is in a interim meeting right now, and I'm hoping to get here in time for the bid ordinance discussion, which I'm moving out of position 1. We're going to do the Inland Port item first, which is the Inland Port zoning text amendment, item 6. I see the planning staff nodding. I'm glad that's what you're planning on also. So we'll plan on starting with item 6, and then depending on if Councilmember Luke is here, we'll try to delay on the bid ordinance. So welcome.
Thank you.
Everybody, Daniel, Tracy, Nick, and Nick. Nick.
So we'll just turn this over to planning staff. As they will talk about, this is an item that has to be approved by December, or not approved, but some type of ordinance has to be considered by December 31st of this year in order to meet state statute from HB 2001 this summer. In order to move it through as quickly as possible and to get on the schedule, we are doing a presentation from planning staff today, and then a future follow-up briefing in November if needed. So we'll just let them take over from here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So as Nick said, our proposed zoning ordinance is in response to HB 2001 that was passed by the state legislature in July, and it requires the state to make changes to the zoning ordinance to allow inland port uses within the city or within the jurisdictional area by December 31st, 2018. So if changes are not made to allow inland port uses, the city basically loses the ability to regulate the inland port uses. The state code does have a pretty broad definition of inland port use. It includes a long list of objectives that are used to describe what the purpose of an inland port use is. And in addition, the bill also has some language that says that a municipality cannot prohibit the unloading, loading, transfer, or temporary storage of natural resources. In addition, the state code also allows for some additional environmental standards to be written in. So this map here shows the jurisdictional boundary. The Inland Port Authority jurisdictional area is in blue, and this is about 16,000 acres of land that crosses. That also includes some areas of West Valley and Magna. Just wanted to acknowledge some previous amendments that were completed back in February. We went through a series of similar changes to address inland port uses in the manufacturing zones, and within this zoning amendment, we addressed kind of the railroad freight terminal facility, and we removed some provisions there. That was adopted early this year. And just wanted to highlight one of the things the state bill does is that it says that we have to allow inland port uses within this jurisdictional area. And in the previous amendments that were done in February, we were just focused on the M1 and just the M1 manufacturing zones. And the jurisdictional boundary covers about 8 or 9 different zoning districts. So this is kind of one of the reasons why we're here today, is to make sure that we're allowing these inland port uses in all of this area. So overall, our task is to develop zoning regulations to respond to the state bill, and we just need to allow the inland port uses in 8 zoning districts, and we are developing standards to mitigate the negative impacts of inland port uses. In terms of overall public engagement, this was done in a pretty tight time frame. These included notification to community councils. We presented at the Glendale Community Council. We held 3 open houses, had an online survey, 2 online surveys, and a website. Also included 2 planning commission public hearings. This just highlights kind of our overall timeline. We had about 6 weeks of public engagement, and then in September we moved to the public hearings and planning with the Planning Commission, and we are currently in the dark blue area with City Council and hoping for a decision by December 31st.
So I'm going to go over what is informing the proposed ordinance and the major components of the ordinance. So the first thing is the public comments that we received through this public process. The majority of the comments primarily had to do with environmental concerns. That included air, water quality, wildlife, ecosystems, wetlands. But we also did receive some traffic concerns, whether that be from rail or from vehicles. We also looked at the goals and values of the city in our city adopted master plans, and that includes the Northwest Quadrant and the Planned Salt Lake master plans. And those include policies related to environmental protection and air and water quality, but they also do acknowledge balancing that out with economic development priorities. Also informing the proposal is the Inland Port Authority legislation itself. It does include some environmental policies about improving air quality and respect and maintaining sensitivity to the unique natural environment out there. And also it does include requirements to allow certain inland port uses while still allowing us to regulate them. So the approach we're taking is an overlay zone approach, where we would impose an overlay across all of the Inland Port Authority jurisdictional land. And that would overlay any of the underlying zoning within the authority area and override much of that existing zoning. So it would add additional rules and allowances to the property to allow inland port uses. It would override any less restrictive rules, but the existing Northwest Quadrant regulations would still apply, and those include environmentally regulations about native plants, natural area buffers, bird-friendly design. So what are the key regulations? The first one is it allows for light industrial uses. So any use listed in our M1 light industrial zoning district would be allowed in this overlay area. And examples of those include warehousing, industrial assembly, office, and light manufacturing uses. And generally in our research, we found that these were typically associated with other inland ports throughout the country. The other additional thing is that it prohibits intense heavy industrial uses. These would be refineries, hazardous waste processing, resource mining, typically uses listed in our M2 heavy manufacturing zones. And we generally found that these types of uses aren't related to inland ports in the United States. Additionally, it does require a conditional use process for some of the more intense light industrial uses. And there's 14 uses listed on our M1 land use tables that are classified as conditional uses. And this includes the railroad freight terminals, or an inland port itself, railroad repair shops, grain silos, outdoor recycling, rock, sand, and gravel distribution, concrete manufacturing. Some of those are just more intense but light industrial uses. And with a
Can I
conditional...
ask you a question on
go
that
ahead.
one? Some of those, like stockyards in particular, strike me as M2 uses, not M1, intensive M1 uses. How did you arrive at that list of 14?
So those 14 uses are existing conditional uses in our M1 zoning districts.
Some of them are allowed uses in M2?
Yes,
That's
as well.
probably why I'm thinking that. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And with the conditional use, these are uses that are allowed, but they are subject to a special conditional use review to identify any detrimental impacts that these uses could have on surrounding properties or the surrounding area. And with these, they would require review and a decision by the Planning Commission. And with a conditional use, through the review process, if you identify detrimental impacts, you can impose mitigation on that particular use. The additional key regulation is that for any of these conditional uses, we're requiring an impact mitigation plan, and that would be a specific plan and proposed measures to mitigate any of the detrimental impacts that would come with your proposed use. And we have specific call-outs for what needs to be in this plan. That would be detrimental impacts related to air and water quality, transportation and traffic, any public utility impacts, their energy and water consumption, impacts to wetlands and wildlife, including the birds that are out there, any public safety impacts, and just in general, any negative impacts on surrounding properties. So this process allows us to capture a broad variety of potential impacts and concerns, and gives us flexibility in identifying any issues that we may not currently anticipate, because we don't have plans in front of us for what some of these uses will look like. And it does allow us for creativity in mitigating any of these detrimental impacts. And again, this would be reviewed and decided by the Planning Commission. The other key component of this has to do with natural resources. The state law requires that the city allow the loading, unloading, transfer, and temporary storage of natural resources. So for this particular use, we're requiring a conditional use and impact mitigation plan approval, but we're also laying out some base standards for this type of use as well, to prevent any known impacts. That would be walls up to the height of the material to prevent any dust and air quality impacts, solid surfacing to prevent any drainage and water quality impacts, additional dust control measures to prevent fugitive or loose dust from the storage and loading and unloading. And we'd also impose a 1,000-foot buffer from residential zones, any environmentally sensitive areas, and these are specifically identified as wetlands or our natural area zoned properties, as well as a 1,000-foot buffer from the prison itself. So examples of these natural resources could be sand and dirt, grains, logs, fertilizer, wood chips, things like that, loose natural resources. Additionally, we're imposing requirements for any coal or coal byproduct or crude oil transfer, loading, unloading. That these would have to be within an enclosed building. They may be stored within a rail car if the rail car itself is covered, or it's sprayed with a surfactant to reduce any fugitive or loose dust potential from the storage on these rail cars. And again, we'd be imposing a 1,000-foot buffer. Go ahead.
On the rail car storage, I thought that we don't actually have the authority to make regulations on rail car anything. If it's on the rails and it's in the car, it's outside of our jurisdiction.
The storage may be a little different.
So if it's part of the actual rail function itself, so they're moving cars around within a yard with the intention of moving them out, we can't regulate that. That's all subject to federal regulations. But if they are taking the cars and actually storing them on site for 2 weeks or whatever number of days without doing anything, then they are removed from the actual function of the rail for a short period of time, and at that point in time we can regulate that.
And again, for that use, it'd have the same buffer requirement as the other natural resource storage. And because the state law requires us to allow temporary storage, we need to define what that means. So we have defined that as 30 days. Other considerations that came up through this process were a buffer from the railroad freight terminal facility itself to the prison. This was brought up during the Planning Commission process and through public input. The desire was for a 1-mile buffer from the prison to the railroad freight terminal, particularly related to any potential diesel exhaust impacts that could happen to the prison population. But we did look at that, and there are existing development agreements that locked the properties surrounding the prison into the zoning that was in place in February. And the existing zoning in February allowed freight terminals without any sort of buffer from the prison. So any new zoning requirement couldn't be applied to these existing properties. They're locked in under their development agreements. Because of that, because there would be virtually no effect from a buffer, we haven't proposed a new buffer in this particular zoning ordinance. One small ordinance change we're requesting, a difference from the transmitted ordinance, is adjustment to the language regarding temporary storage. What we wrote would unintentionally apply the 30-day limit to other storage uses in the zoning code, so we just need to clarify that a little bit so it doesn't unintentionally impact those uses. And the Planning Commission did provide a recommendation of approval, but they did request that the City Council consider and look at the 1-mile buffer from the prison to the railroad freight terminal facility, and consider and look at amending associated development agreements with the property owners. So,
Council members, any thoughts, questions? Look at that, I knew what your next slide was in my gut.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston? Then Rogers?
Any idea how we might address the 1-mile buffer issue if we need to change the actual development agreements, all of them, in order to address that?
correct, yes.
How many are we talking about?
There's 2 development agreements with Kennecott and with the Northwest Quadrant LLC.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rogers?
Well, you all know how intense the inland port has been in the formation of the board and everything that's gone through. Do you see anything that's being proposed that you see would be a legislative roadblock, is what I would like to call it, in moving forward? I mean, you understand where they're going with it. Do you see anything in this proposal that you see that they would override or look to us to say, oh, you're trying to impede or obstruct or?
I don't know if we have an answer to that. I think the two pieces of this, I think that, trying to think of the right way to say this, but that might lead to that is we have the buffer from residential zones, which could prohibit the storage of natural resources on some of the lands along the 2200 West corridor because they're within 1,000 feet of residential. And most of the other areas, it's a few parcels where the entire parcel would be within that. And so that would cause, that's one of the elements. The other really, I think, applies to just about everything but the prohibited uses, which our ordinance already kind of prohibits some of those things. But I think that our approach was that we wanted to respect what our plans and ordinance already says. And if somebody wants to go through that and take something like that on appeal, I think that's what we would prefer to do rather than just allowing it.
That's great. You know, Director Norris and your team, I know that they've been inundated with this, and this is something that has kind of been a 180 from where we were before, and I just want to let you know that your staff has been fantastic in working with this and moving it forward. And to
Great,
meet the
thank you.
deadline, and, you know, it's December 31st, and here we are in not even November, so, yeah, I know that you guys have put in some hard work.
Yeah, and if, Madam Chair, if I could, just wanted to comment on that a little bit. So I don't know if people really realize the level of work that goes into when we're writing zoning ordinances, but one of the reasons why it takes a long time is because we can't throw that amount of hours at it and the staff at it to get it done with all of our other workloads. And just to give you an example, I haven't added up our hours yet for a couple of weeks now, but we were pushing 1,000 staff hours spent on this. And while Tracy and Daniel are really kind of the face of this proposal, there were a number of other staff in our office that basically dropped everything to help work on this. And in fact, I've been in the world of city planning for 18 years, and it's probably the most intense process that I think I've gone through, and at least in my career. And to emphasize that a little bit, this is the first time that I can ever remember where we actually had, and not just in this jurisdiction, but in previous jurisdiction where I worked, where we actually had attorneys, the mayor, public utilities, transportation, engineering in the room while we're writing zoning code and actually getting into it with it. And it was a pretty crazy process, as you can imagine, trying to balance all of that out and trying to get everybody, us included, to understand where everybody else was coming from. We looked as far away as Malaysia for guidance on some of these things. And so the amount of time meeting with state agencies, federal agencies, et cetera, to try to do the best we can to support the values of the city was kind of unprecedented. Now, we're trying to get caught up on things that we are working on, but we're getting close to being able to do that. So thank you for your comment, and I wanted to make sure that my staff was recognized for the efforts that they've done, and the staff of other departments and divisions too.
Well, it sounds like we should be patient with you on some other planning items if it's not happening as quickly as we would have liked. And I want to reiterate the thanks Councilmember Rogers shared, that you and your staff always do such professional work.
Thank you.
And I wonder if you can speak to how you balance that professionalism and the approach of dealing with something that is fairly straightforward in a statute becoming a city ordinance, with the letter that we have dated July 31st to you from the mayor, which is page way in our packet, 355 of 362. That basically says, I don't like any of this. I didn't like it from the beginning. I don't like the changes now. Go and do this. And how do you balance your boss's sentiments and very clear communication that is wrapped around the direction for you to begin this work?
Well, I think first and foremost is that I think there's a certain level of trust there. We were, regardless of our own viewpoint on where we landed, at the end of July, we had a job to do, and so we wanted to make sure that everybody kind of knew that we kind of felt our priority and our position was to represent the adopted plans of the city the best we could through this and move forward in that regard. And fortunately, because of primarily the work of Tracy when we were doing the Northwest Quadrant Plan, we have a pretty solid relationship with a lot of the stakeholders that are involved in the Northwest Quadrant area. And so I think establishing that relationship was the key to making sure that we could actually get this done before December 31st, because honestly, I didn't know if we would be able to do it. But I think that is probably it. And we held fast to what our Northwest Quadrant Plan said, and that's kind of the approach we took.
I wanted to ask you about speaking of the stakeholders, the last 5 pages of this enormous transmittal are the mailing addresses for the stakeholders, or property owners rather. And I just want to make sure that this 5.5 pages of contacts who received communication about this proposed change is the entirety of the port, or rather the jurisdictional land ownership?
So it's everything within the jurisdictional boundary plus 300 feet, I
Great.
believe.
Councilmember Johnston, you got anything more? Kitchen, Wharton? Cindy Guss Jensen.
Is there any difference in the approach that you are taking with the application process, or when you begin the processing? In the very early kind of preview briefing, there was a mention of a requirement, you were considering a possibility of a requirement that the state or other processes, outside processes, Army Corps of Engineers, what have you, would be completed before you accepted the application or before you processed. So number one, is that part of this? And number two, is that different from any other zoning areas?
So we actually kept that in. We proceeded with that. So it is required that you get your state and federal permits before the city approves your permit for your use.
Before it approves?
Before approvals from us.
Right,
You need your
approvals,
approvals
but
from-
not application.
As part of the application completeness, that yes, you would actually have to have that before you actually submit your paper application to us. You'd have to include your state and federal approvals with that application itself. But there is a qualifier there. If the state or federal government requires city approval first, then we have to waive that.
Okay. And is
And
that
we've
different than
identified
other zoning areas other areas in the city?
We do have one, within the Northwest Quadrant overlay, we do have that provision within the development area saying that they do have to have their Section 404 permit before proceeding with development.
But I'm just asking is that kind of a new concept to require those?
Not really. For example, before any building can be demolished, they have to have whatever their air quality permit is from the state before we can actually issue the demo permit and things like that. So it's pretty similar to some things that are already out there.
Okay, so you don't think it would be considered a barrier to a new requirement or a barrier to developers prior to this? If there was a development that happened in the Northwest Quadrant, would they have been subject to that?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Can you get back to us with that?
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking is because I think I've seen the city occasionally do something that is subject to state permitting or federal whatever, so that the city process and the state or federal process are parallel in some cases, just for efficiency. And so if that is different here, that would help us if you could help us understand that.
we'll look into that
when
for
you-
sure.
Thanks.
Great, so we'll look forward to that follow-up item. Council members, any other follow-up items on this one? Okay, we're set to hold a public hearing today. And we'll hold another public, no, we're not, sorry.
So you'll be setting the public
I'm
hearing?
sorry, thank you.
That's what you meant. For
We'll
November 13th?
set the public hearing tonight for November 13th, which is our next council formal meeting, a long time away. And we'll have 2 public hearings, right, on November 27th as well, and tentatively scheduled to take action Tuesday, December 4th. Thank you, planning folks. Gosh, Nick Norris, do we have you on something else that I can keep you here?
Yeah, we have the FBUN2 zone.
Would you mind if we do that right now? But that is with Mr. Alfondre
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
well, and we're an hour away from when he believes he should be here, so I think we need to move on to the bid ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully, Councilmember Luke will be here quickly. But I don't see this as being controversial in any way. Patrick Leary, Russell Weeks. I think Boyd worked on this. Thanks for being here. I see engineers and attorneys. Russell, would you start us off, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is a revision of an existing ordinance that really sort of had its impetus within the City Council in about 2012. Over time, there have been some concerns raised about the effectiveness of that ordinance, and really over about a 2-year period, the administration has discussed amending the ordinance with representatives of labor unions, and they're here to make a presentation today.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us here. I think less presentation and more willingness to answer questions that you might have. I will suggest that we worked we recognize some limitations to the ordinance, as Russell said, and were reached out to by labor to make add some teeth to this. And Council Chair, I know this is one that's close to you as well, and Councilman Luke, who's not with us at the moment, but so I think we've really stepped into a collaborative effort to put some teeth to this ordinance that was heretofore missing. I will say, I know you're going to have some questions about it. I think there was a good conversation about understanding that if we do add additional teeth into the ordinance, it's going to require additional work by our staff to stay on top of it. And labor recognized that, and I think we're comfortable with where we landed. With us today is the Executive Director of the American Federation of Labor, Jeff Worthington, and legal counsel to the AFL, Mr. Joe Hatch. And if you need to ask them questions, we can bring them up too. So,
I think we probably would love to hear from them at some point in the discussion. Council members, who would like to start? I'll be happy to if you'd like me to. So the enforcement component is a significant piece. The ordinance part is also significant. Can you talk to us a little bit about, I think a lot of what we see is around the ordinance. Can you talk to me about the enforcement potential here and how the council could contemplate supporting?
I think Russell, you want to take it on?
Well, from my reading of the proposed ordinance, this allows the city more power to audit a contractor's or audit a contract to see if a contractor or subcontractor is in fact delivering what they said they would when they got the bid.
And that's, again, a question about the capacity for enforcement. There's funding that's needed to do that kind of auditing. And was that kind of expanded scope of the enforcement that we do today discussed in the context of these changes?
Yes, I think maybe Jesse can answer that. Among the group of the city agencies that actually are involved with the operational side of this ordinance, I think that was a big part of the conversation.
Yeah, I think with the proposed ordinance, the way it's worded with the $2 million limit, the $1 million limit, it would be additional work for our procurement officials, and Matt, you can speak in here too. But I think it wouldn't be overly burdensome at that point. I think it depends on what format we set up for the city and with the different departments to vet the proposed contractors as they come forward.
For engineering, with the raise in the from 250 to 2 million, I think we can balance the resources needed to do that. You know, with 250,000, pretty much every contract we set out, we have to evaluate it and put in the documents that are needed to verify the health insurance. At 2 million, we don't have to do that for every project, but now we have verification. So I think there's a balance that we probably will reach.
I would agree with that.
Well, it's been a long time coming, all of this conversation, and I'm grateful that we're at the point where we're having this public meeting about it today. And with the long time that it's been since this council has talked about this issue, I may be going out on a limb, but I think that you have a city council who wants to put resources to supporting expanded enforcement. We are, I think, warm to hearing budget increase proposals if that's necessary for engineering in your divisions to do deeper dives as necessary. I wanted to ask about the contemplation of affordability of the policies that we would be requiring to be offered. And I believe we've heard in some public comment times in the formal room where policies that have been offered, they may be able to check the box that employees have an opportunity, but that the policies are not essentially affordable to those employees. Did that come up in these discussions?
No.
No.
Not amongst us.
And Mr. Hatch, if you want to come up, we have a mic here next to Russell, and you could I need you to talk into the mic, actually.
We parroted the state standard. In state contracts, there is a requirement for providing health insurance policy to contract for employees on state contracts, and we felt that that was the best way to do, is to have a consistent standard for all contractors that work on public projects in the state, whether it's city or state projects. So we took the language from the state. Is it as good as we would like representing members? Absolutely not. But we felt in light of the compromise, it would be a pretty good compromise.
May I invite you to take this seat? And there's a microphone there, so we'll probably have more questions for you if you don't mind staying at the table. So you talked about state contract, and I know that it was a HB 282 that outlined the $2 million and $1 million thresholds. I was also curious about those standards, and I understand a continuity there, but those are expensive contracts. How did we arrive at those numbers?
That came out, rising the standards from 250 up to $1 and $2 million on different projects came out of our conversation with city attorneys, and it was felt that to make sure that the financial burden is not so hard, that small contracts would not be subject to the audit and to the control, that the labor was sympathetic to that and was willing to raise that standard up. We feel with these amounts, we're going to be covering most of the contracts that labor would be involved in, if that makes sense.
So it's a true negotiation, huh?
It was. This is a compromise ordinance. And I say, is it the ordinance that organized labor would prefer? Absolutely not. In the previous administration, for the existing one, there was a push to have in the ordinance what is called a project labor agreement requirement put in the ordinance. And that is labor's preferred method of regulating these kinds of issues that are outlined in the ordinances through a project labor agreement. However, the previous administration said no, and in part that is a debate between attorneys as to why. Those of us on one side of on the labor side say that those are legal under the federal Constitution. Those that are not, more of a government side, say they're not legal under state law. Whatever case, if that was the ordinance, we'd be heading to federal court. And so everybody says, let's compromise and come up with something that is in between the two and workable. And so yes, this is a product of a compromise and one that's very good. So
I'm glad to hear you say that.
yeah, so labor held up to its truth and involved in good faith bargaining.
And I see the city smiling too. So I wanted to bring up that we have heard several times in our public meetings from labor workers who have come out with their families late at night to speak to us. And I want to address some of the issues they've asked us to address in this work here, which is the hiring of local contractors, hire Utah workers, wages should equal area standards, health insurance should be acceptable to workers, there should be job training programs, contractors profit today if workers decline offered health insurance, illegal or shoddy work practices, and increased city council oversight of contractor selection. So given that laundry list of requests, can I ask you to respond?
Well, let me give a little bit of history of how this came about and what it was. When the organized labor noticed almost immediately after bids were being let for the construction of the airport that a lot of the contractors, and particularly subcontractors, were not living up to the standards of the ordinance. We knew that many of them were not providing health insurance to their employees. They did not have job training programs or safety programs. There wasn't outreach to veterans, all of which were required in the ordinance. And when we approached first the administrators of these contracts out at the airport, they were saying, well, it's not our contract, it's the general contractors. We have no say over that. And then they'd say, besides, they all signed certifications saying that they did that. I did a grandma request to get copies of all those certifications of everybody that did, and sure enough, 90% of them checked that they were doing everything. A couple of them, interestingly, would cross out sections like the healthcare section and sign it and still get the contract. And then we found out that there was simply no enforcement mechanism. Say, hey, if you're a contractor and you accept a contract and you've certified that you are providing health care to your employees that are working on these projects, what can we do about it? And essentially we're being told absolutely nothing. And that's what came about, and that's demonstrated the frustration that you probably heard from all those families and workers that came out. We also had noticed another interesting thing happen that I think all of you would be interested in, is that many contractors, and it didn't matter whether they were union contractors, but there are some very fine non-union contractors out there that treat their employees very well. They were started to refuse to bid on projects out at the airport simply because they're saying we're being undercut by people who are violating the standards, and we have to go through so much paperwork for other reasons. Why should we waste our time with that? And so what it was is the contractors that were willing, in our opinion, basically lie on these certifications were getting a competitive edge over good contractors that could do the work and do it well for you, because what we all want is a well-built airport in the end of it. And so the combination of both is where we started our conversations with you, Madam Chairman, and with the other members of the City Council, and as well as good conversations with the Mayor's office, and that has led to this compromised ordinance.
Councilmember Rogers.
Are there any other municipalities that have adopted a similar ordinance, or is this the first of?
Salt Lake County has a similar to your old ordinance. I don't know if any of the other cities have adopted with the kind of teeth that are in this for enforceability, but quite frankly, the enforceability doesn't become an issue until you have a big project. And this is really the only big government project going on. I would suspect what would have happened if, say, Salt Lake County went forward with the convention headquarter hotel, that maybe these issues would have come up in that, and there might have been some tweaking. But, and oh, by the way, I do know that there are several other cities, and I think, Jeff, can you talk to the other cities, or that might have been your predecessor that did that. There are several other cities in the valley that have adopted similar ordinances, probably not with the kind of teeth.
Give you a second, Councilmember Luke. Councilmember Wharton has a question, and then we'll go to you.
So you said that this brings the city's policies in line with the state, and you wish that we could go further. Why weren't we already in line with the state policies then? Why aren't we already pushing as far as we can?
Well, you were in line, as I think from what I was saying from the chairwoman's question is, why don't we have better health care than what the state has? But what we were having is, it's again the enforceability. The current ordinance says you have to have this kind of health care, and it's just that certain subcontractors were not providing that bare minimum health care that is required by statute. So that was the problem. So it's still in line. We can now enforce it when a contractor doesn't provide it. That's the difference.
All right, and I don't think this proposed ordinance addresses LGBTQ workers. Do we have something?
Yes, it does.
Does it?
Yeah, the previous ordinance that we passed did.
And
Okay.
it has a every employer has to have a non-discrimination policy in place, and non-discrimination is defined in the other ordinance that Councilman Luke just said, and so yeah, it is in there.
Okay, I thought we did, but
we're emphasizing health insurance, but there are actually other things that are a part of the minimal standards. Health insurance, job training, job safety, alcohol and drug testing, non-discrimination, and veterans
hire
outreach.
And
Those are the ones that are covered.
And is non-discrimination, does it include sexual orientation and gender identity?
It does through the other ordinance. It just says non-discrimination, then the other ordinance defines that.
Great, thank you. That was my recollection, but I wasn't sure.
Luke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry I was late, but this is, I see this as long overdue. When we passed the initial, or the first ordinance a few years ago, it dealt with most of it, but I think, as Joe was just talking about, one of the things that it did not include at the time was, more of an enforcement type of mechanism. We had hoped that, through good faith, that folks would, not only contractors would be following it in good faith, but also the administration and different departments. And while we saw most departments doing that, some, there was some pushback, from the initial ordinance that was passed. But what this does really just adds the teeth that we had hoped we wouldn't need, but apparently we do. So I just want to thank, the mayor's office and administration for helping to move this forward, these changes forward. I want to thank the labor community for their involvement in this. Again, there really isn't anything new. It's mostly, you know, trying to ensure that the intent of the original ordinance is going to be followed. That's what this one is. So.
Thanks, Councilmember Luke. Anything else, council members? So I think the follow-up item on here for me is that we want to hear how we can support the enforcement and screening enhancements that will come with this that we've been asking for along the way. And I'm asking that we see that in a budget amendment if necessary. I don't think that we're hearing any opposition to these ordinance changes, but we want to put the teeth, which is the enforcement and screening, behind it too.
Thank you.
Okay, is that a fair follow-up then from the administration? Thank you. Anything else, council members? Patrick, do you want to say anything else?
Just one thing. So on that, my request would be that we do that we add that information through a budget amendment, but that we don't hold this ordinance up.
Yeah, no intention to do that.
That we move this forward. So
right.
I didn't think you did, but I just wanted to,
So-
in case anyone was wondering, I just wanted to put people at ease.
Anything, Patrick?
I just want to thank everyone who put a lot of heavy lifting into
Yes.
getting this done, both with labor and our team, so thank you.
Thank you. We're going to set the public hearing date tonight for November 13th, and we're tentatively scheduled to take action on Tuesday, November 27th. And we thank everyone who's been involved in this labor of love, pun intended. Okay. With that, we'll move on to our impact fee briefing with Fred Philpott. I see you in the audience, Mr. Philpott, and Ben Ledke from our council office, policy analyst.
No worries. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Always with a stack of papers,
Yes.
lots of details. Thank you for being
Lots
here.
to talk about.
Ben, do you want to give us an introduction to this discussion?
Just a sentence or two. The council during discussions over the summer, especially CIP, raised interest in learning more about updating the city's impact fee facilities plan, as well as understanding the options for updating the plan under state law. Fred Philpott is the city's consultant on impact fees, our local expert, and he has a presentation to give a brief update to the council, and then we have time for Q&A afterward.
And council members, you've got this packet paper style in your folders. And if anyone in the audience wants one of those, raise your hand and our staff can help you get one, or you can look up on the screen.
Thank you for having me here. I thought I would do a quick overview of the impact fee process. I know this is a reoccurring topic for the council, and thought I'd just highlight the major elements that hopefully will frame some of your questions that you may have. As you know, we have to have an impact fee facilities plan and an impact fee analysis as part of this process. The impact fee facilities plan identifies the system improvements, and the impact fee analysis is apportioning those improvements to new development, ensuring that they're paying their fair share of those costs. I've been involved with Salt Lake City's recent impact fee facilities plan and impact fee analysis. That was finalized in 2016. Prior to that, there were impact fee changes made in 2014, and then your last document before the most recent update was the 2012 impact fee facilities plan and impact fee study. As part of this process, and every impact fee we do, there are 5 major elements that we look at: your service area and demand, level of service, existing facilities inventory, and any excess capacity. We look at the future capital facility analysis, and then look at the financing strategy, or what resources are available to make sure that we can actually implement that impact fee facilities plan. We also look
back in time to see what sort of mechanisms or funding strategies were utilized to fund existing infrastructure. For example, if you have any outstanding bonds that could be included in the impact fee calculation. So looking at service area, we went through this exercise in the 2016 study of ensuring that we had the appropriate service area. Right now, the city implements a citywide service area. Prior to that, you were looking at just assessing transportation fees on the west side, whereas everything else was assessed citywide. We made that uniform in the last update to the impact fee. Once we define the service area, then we look at demand, and again, that's unique for each of the services that we're looking at. So for transportation, typically you look at trips. For public safety, you're looking at calls for service. For parks and recreation, it's typically population and growth in population. So once we have the service area isolated, then we look at the demand within that service area. And then we have to isolate a 6 to 10 year planning horizon with regards to growth. The statute doesn't stipulate that we have to do that for the impact fee facilities plan per se, but the statute does indicate that you have to expend your impact fees within a 6-year period, and that's from the date you've collected them. So a standard of practice was to shorten that window down rather than prior to really 2011, there was more of a build-out approach where we're looking at everything. There was a little bit of pushback on that to shorten that window down to a smaller planning horizon. Then a major component that we have to identify is level of service, and that has been clarified in the statute. So what the impact fee facilities plan has to do is look at your existing level of service and ensure that the impact fees aren't a mechanism that is used to raise that level of service. That's different for every service that we're looking at. Again, parks and public lands versus transportation versus public safety. There will be different metrics used in the level of service calculation. Once you have your service area defined, demand determined, and the level of service stipulated, then you can evaluate if there's excess capacity within your system. Really, this is intended to require new development. If you do have excess capacity in your system, that they can pay you back for that excess capacity or oversizing of your system. That term is referred to as a buy-in. Some of your impact fees right now include a buy-in component in the calculation of that impact fee. So for public safety, there's a component of buy-in in your fee. Whereas transportation, to make it more affordable, the buy-in was excluded from the calculation, excluded from the final fee that was assessed in the prior impact fee. We did have that identified, but we opted to exclude that component of the impact fee calculation. But a buy-in component is justified by the statute and typically included in that analysis of what the impact fee could be, the maximum allowable impact fee. If there is not sufficient buy-in or excess capacity within your system, then that's when we look to new facilities, or it may be a combination of buy-in and new facilities that are necessary to serve new development. And so we look at the facilities that are necessary to serve growth, new infrastructure and capital investment, and that can also be included in the impact fee equation. In addition to the facility cost, you can also include any financing costs that may be associated with that. So if we're contemplating, for example, a water storage tank, costs $10 million and you need to finance that, we can include the associated interest cost with that transaction to ensure that the full cost of that infrastructure is included in the impact fee calculation. What you have to be careful of in that discussion or that calculation is the Impact Fee Act also requires that there be a crediting mechanism for any other or alternative payment mechanisms that are utilized. So if, for example, a bond is used based on the type of bonding mechanism that is used, there may be a credit necessary in the impact fee equation. What that's intended to do is to ensure that new development isn't paying twice for the same asset. So if we have a property tax associated with a specific bond and new development will be paying that, we can't necessarily make them pay an impact fee at the same time, because they'd be double paying for that facility. Now, it's not that simple. There may be a disconnect or difference between the credit mechanism or the amount of credit they receive and their proportional share of that asset. So it may not be a one-to-one ratio there. So you have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. The statute also requires that as part of this stage, the impact fee facilities plan identify those future facilities. And that is a key word in the statute. What does it mean to identify? Really, it's ensuring that there's enough specificity in that document so that you can move forward and new development understands what they're paying for. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. The financing strategy, what we're doing here is we're isolating, again, the revenue resources that you have available to fund future infrastructure. Also, what you've used in the past to pay for capital assets, and ensuring that new development pays their proportionate share of that. Again, if there's bonding necessary, we can include that cost within the equation. Additionally, for example, in transportation, typically there are other funding mechanisms that are utilized from regional planning organizations or the state. Those we need to account for those to ensure that we're only including in the impact fee equation the city-funded portion that is allocated to new development in the next 6 to 10 years. So we're isolating that portion that is impact fee eligible. And that's an important concept in the impact fee process, is what we're doing is isolating applicable projects, system improvements that are growth-related and funded by the city. So typically, you start off with a much larger capital facility plan, and you're narrowing it down to what is considered growth-related system improvements. Typically, it looks something like this, where you have a substantial amount of cost, but we're isolating just the growth-related portion, and then what is impact fee eligible within the next 6 to 10 years. So a process of narrowing that down. This is an illustration of what that looks like, a simplistic view of that. Again, what we're looking at is isolating demand within our planning horizon, ensuring that that matches your level of service. Then we look at the relationship of existing facilities and future facilities that are necessary to serve that demand, recognizing that you may have a level of service issue or capital investment that's needed outside of that impact fee eligible component. So there may be a substantial amount of cost that falls outside of this equation here, but we're isolating just that demand level of service relationship and ensuring that we're allocating those facilities that benefit new development activity, throw in the financing costs there if there are any, and that becomes the basis for the calculation of our impact fees. Process-wise, there are certain noticing requirements. You've gone through this. Some of you have gone through this through the 2016 process that we would have to complete if any update. For example, if we look at updating the impact fee facilities plan and impact fee analysis, there are certain noticing requirements that we'll have to fulfill, and then we'll have to go through the public hearing process and adoption process, similar to what we did in 2016. I'll also remind you there is a 90-day wait period for any increase in impact fees. So any change above what you currently assess, there's a wait period for that. So looking at some of the more applicable components and some of the questions that have been circulated with regards to your impact fee process. There was a question with regards to updates of impact fees, how often that should happen. Typically, we recommend every 3 to 5 years an impact fee be updated, really regardless of the circumstances, but there may be changes in your baseline assumptions that may necessitate something sooner than that. If, for example, we were to hit a recession and growth stopped and therefore the capital facility needs that we're anticipating in the next 10 years, if those were prolonged and so kind of fell outside of that 10-year window, then you may want to update your impact fee sooner than that. Yes.
Mr. Philpott, can we interject? Councilmember
So
Lee
one,
has a
yeah,
question.
I mean, one question related to that point that you just made. Since the last impact fee plan was done, we've had, I mean, we based the police and the fire off of calls a few years ago. During that time, not only have calls increased each year, but we've had Operation Rio Grande. We've had a number of other issues that have been, you know, and things that have been placed, you know, on public safety that have had, you know, very big impact in the city. And, you know, to do something like that, if we were to reevaluate or to look at just updating a portion of the plan, what all does that entail? Do we have to update the entire plan? Can we just update the public safety or police portion? And, you know, what type of a process is usually required to do that?
Yeah, so we can look at individual services rather than updating. Previously, we had the three, if you lump public safety as a single service, we had public safety, parks and public lands, and transportation. You've looked at your other services, utility-based services, as a separate process. But yeah, we could look at public safety individually. We've been evaluating transportation separately, but typically call volume fluctuates. Some entities, it's a little more of a roller coaster, whereas you may be experiencing a growth in calls for service. I know there's also some questions with regards to the capital facilities that are included in the public safety, and are there additional capital facilities that are necessary. That can all be wrapped up in that update. The same process applies. You would have to go through a notice of intent that you intend to update your public safety component. We'd go through the analytics of that, and then you'd go through the public hearing process. You have to notice for that public hearing, and you would be adopting a separate ordinance or an amendment to your existing ordinance, however that works for Salt Lake City. But we would be going through that process individually rather than cumulatively for all of those services. Some entities like to bundle that up because there's some cost savings there, obviously, if you do one public hearing versus multiple public hearings.
Councilmember Rogers, and maybe in answering that as a follow-up, I'm wondering how often cities should be updating the plan. But Councilmember Rogers.
That's great, and I'll follow up with my.
Like I said, we look at a 3 to 5 year update, but if the data, and a primary assumption is obviously demand, and we're trying to predict the future with regards to what that demand looks like. And, you know, it's anybody's guess really what happens with regards to growth within the city. So as that fluctuates, if there's a meaningful change in some of those assumptions, then you may want to trigger that before that 3 to 5 year window expires. And there may be changes in your capital facility costs. So Utah is experiencing substantial inflationary pressure with regards to capital facility costs. And so a lot of entities are jumping back in and revising their studies or making amendments to those studies to capture the actual costs of future facilities. So those assumptions within the document may necessitate a more rapid update than that 3 to 5 year.
Such as maybe the Northwest Quadrant. I don't know.
That was mine.
Yes. Yes.
So I guess that was my follow-through was going to be a question, Madam Chair, on the Northwest Quadrant. You know, we don't have any development really out there in the area that we're looking at. So how would we tackle that? What would be the best way for us to tackle that? Is that something that we look at as a buy-in fee, or is that a much better route to go for us in regards to the Northwest Quadrant as a professional? Help us.
Yeah, so the second bullet point may help lead into this discussion with regards to a recent Ombudsman's Office opinion. Now, this isn't a binding opinion, but it's just an opinion from a legal entity. In 2015, they provided an opinion that kind of indicated that specificity was more of a loose term, or that identification of facilities was a loose term. However, in this recent opinion issued in 2018, they said, no, that was wrong. You need to be more specific in the identification of future facilities that are necessary to serve development, so that if a developer or someone who's going to pay an impact fee looks at the plan, they can see what you intend to do with that impact fee that's collected. How that relates to the Northwest Quadrant is the challenge of specificity or identification of what's needed out there and ensuring that we have an understanding of that cost and how to apportion that to new development activity. So we've done some preliminary analysis of the Northwest Quadrant, looking at demand and trips. I've listed some of the things that are unclear as we look at that. How much the developer would fund, for example, in those project costs that we're identifying. What other funding sources would be available to fund projects? As you think back to the first part of this presentation, that financing strategy is a key element as you identify the appropriate impact fee. What other entities are going to help fund some infrastructure, if any of that infrastructure? And that's a potentially a big issue with the Northwest Quadrant of who will actually pay for the facilities that are being constructed out there. Total cost of assets and what that looks like in the next 10 years. So it's now trying to predict in virgin ground where we have a lot of potential, what's going to happen in the next 6 to 10 years? What are we comfortable putting on paper with regards to growth? So it's not only who's going to fund it, but how quickly we're going to fund it. So that's an unclear component as we looked at the Northwest Quadrant. And then obviously that timing that I mentioned of when this will actually happen. Are we comfortable saying it's in the next 6 to 10 years, or is it falling outside of that? The likelihood is that a portion of that cost may occur within that 10 years, and so it's identifying what portion of that cost will happen. Again, if we jump back here, well, let's do what portion is in the next 6 to 10 years growth-related system improvements that the city will be funding. The challenge we had with transportation in the last go-around with this is there was a whole lot of cost on our plan, a whole lot of need, but what revenue is available right now, what funding mechanisms are available to the city to make sure that that can happen. And that's another component of that funding strategy is we may be able to identify what the city portion is, what is growth related, but is there enough revenue in place or existing revenue sources to make sure that that can happen? It's what we...
I just want to chip in off the point Fred just made that the capital facilities plan that we just received the transmittal today is the 10-year CIP plan. So one of the points the council may want to look at is what projects in the CFP are in the Northwest Quad, because that is the planning horizon that is based, that Fred mentioned, is used to start the calculations for impact fees. So that's one of the points that we could follow up with when we have those briefings.
Great.
Yeah, so I know the Northwest Quadrant is a big issue, and that did start some discussion on specifically the transportation component of your current impact fee facilities plan. But there are definitely some unknowns on how to move forward with that.
Well, right now, without any changes being made, what impact fees would be collected on development in the Northwest Quadrant?
So right now, all of your impact fees are citywide. So Parks and Recreation, Public Safety, and Transportation technically would be assessed in the Northwest Quadrant. However, again, it goes back to some of those assumptions within the document itself. For example, transportation, all of the demand statistics assumed that there was no development in the Northwest Quadrant.
Right, so could we spend any of those dollars there?
Well, yes, in that the previous IFFP were identified specific system improvements that were more east-west connectivity within the city. So there were some bridge infrastructure that was being constructed or contemplated being constructed that facilitated east-west connectivity, which is why there was a shift to a citywide service area.
And is that the one that there's a $2 million CIP request for?
That's correct, for the new bridge. I also just want to add that while parks impact fees could be charged on a residential development in Northwest Quad, there's no zoning for residential, and so parks are not charged to the other development categories of commercial, industrial, and I think there's one more.
Office space.
Office space.
So,
But
yeah,
they
it's-
could
it's-
be.
They could be, but we
I
do
mean-
not.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now you assess it just to residential development, and there isn't that much.
Councilmember Kitchen, did you have a question? Some time ago,
Thinking about Northwest Quad, and I lost my main question, but can you clarify for me on whether or not we could use the streets impact fees for debt service? So if this bond passes, for instance, in November, would we be able to dedicate any of our impact fees to
So it
repayment?
depends on what you're going to use the debt service for. If they're for projects that are identified on your impact fee facilities plan, then yes, there's an opportunity to potentially use impact fees to help pay that. However, it depends also on the type of debt that you're contemplating. As I mentioned, if it's a general obligation bond with an associated tax levy, then that is the mechanism that you're using to assess that cost to both existing residents and development and future development. So they'd actually be paying that debt service through a property tax levy, and we'd have to credit that, that payment mechanism in the impact fee calculation. So typically, when there's a GO bond being contemplated, that's where we pull that out of the equation. So your public safety is a good example of that, where you had issued general obligation bonds to fund your public safety facility. So we have removed that from the equation because both existing residents and future residents will pay that property tax levy.
So at the risk of you repeating some of this, for instance, if the Inland Port Authority were at some point down the road to issue a bond on their own, would the city's impact fee ever be able to?
Not likely, because that, again, is an alternative funding mechanism that is coming from another entity. And I don't know if they would have legal authority to assess impact fees, but you take a water district, for example, or a special local district. They're a separate taxing entity, and they go through this process of determining impact fees independently. And there may be, impact fees that a local district or special service district will assess in addition to your impact fees. But if it's a separate entity, then those are typically separated out, where the city wouldn't be calculating that on behalf of the inland port.
Okay.
Potentially. So some of the other components that we're looking at as we've evaluated this issue with the Northwest Quadrant, and we actually also looked at kind of breaking that out north of I-80, south of I-80, so Southwest Quadrant versus Northwest Quadrant. But obviously there's some clarity that would be required in order to move forward, which I really want to stress that component. Going back to the need to identify what are those future facilities needed to serve new development and ensuring that we can apportion those out. That's a big component here and what we would need in order to move forward with the inclusion or exclusion of the Northwest Quadrant capital investment needs, as well as the determination of service area. So there may be, as a result of this issue of the Northwest Quadrant, some changes to service areas, for example, for some or all of the areas that we're looking at. With that, we then shifted as we started to evaluate updates to your current impact fee facilities plan. We did discuss and still see the need for potential update to your impact fee facilities plan as it relates to transportation in general. So do we need to update that document regardless of the Northwest Quadrant? And there may be a need to do that. As you see a shift in your capital needs away from future facilities and more towards potentially a buy-in calculation for the impact fee. The same could apply to others like public safety, or there may be, under that circumstance, additional facilities that are necessary for new development in public safety.
Can I ask you a question? So absent that update, would is there a reality where our taxpayers end up subsidizing that new growth that should have been eligible, would have been eligible for impact fees if we don't update this plan? Do
Well,
our residents subsidize growth?
Are you referring to the Northwest Quadrant or just in general?
Citywide.
Citywide. It depends on.
You're welcome to answer it both ways.
It depends, but yes, if you do not, if there are additional costs that are anticipated as a result of new development above and beyond what's identified in the impact fee facilities plan, and you do not update your study, there either is a drop in your level of service, you don't fund those improvements, and that results in that drop in level of service, or you fund those improvements and someone else pays for them. In essence, your community as a whole pays for them. So new development may still pay for that, but it may not be proportionate, meaning that if it's spread over a much larger base, then it's diluted across everybody, potentially. So we would have to look at that. That's compounded potentially in the Northwest Quadrant, where you have a substantial amount of infrastructure requirements potentially. That could be an issue moving forward.
Cindy Gustins has a follow-up, and then Councilmember Wharton has a question.
How do you balance this dilemma where we're waiting to get information? Everyone's waiting for everyone else. We have the whole chicken egg thing going on. So we're waiting to get information, and then we're also taking the risk that there will be development out in the Northwest Quadrant, and we miss the opportunity to have that development participate in the impact fee program.
Yes.
How do you balance that? Can you use some degree of projections and then correct later?
Yes. So I'll answer this based on our experience with other entities, because typically we don't balance that since we're not the legislative decision makers. But it is definitely a challenge that entities face, again, because we're trying to predict the future. So any impact fee facilities plan, there is assumptions built into that that will likely fluctuate over time, which is why you update these documents. Some entities are more aggressive in that approach and look to capture that impact and will update their documents more regularly. And so they're willing to make those assumptions and put that on paper and start assessing fees, recognizing that there may be the potential for reimbursement. Others avoid that and say, no, we're going to be more conservative, and we're going to only include what we know and are fairly certain is going to happen. We have a good handle on that, and that's what's included in the impact fee equation. We don't make that call, but there are entities that kind of go both ways on that. Really, you've kind of hit it on the nail on the head. There's risk. What the risk to the city is the potential lost revenue if you don't get ahead of that, because you cannot go back and retroactively assess impact fees. So there is that risk associated with not collecting sufficient revenue. Now, again, if you watch that and update the document as soon as you start seeing that those gears start to move, then you mitigate some of that risk. The flip side of that is obviously the risk of challenge and the risk of reimbursement. So if you make some broad assumptions and include everything, which inflates the impact fee potentially above what it should have been, then you open yourself up to challenges and reimbursement risk.
And reimbursement does not cost the city anything beyond the administrative cost of collecting the fee and then returning it if an incorrect assumption was made?
I would think so, yes.
And the challenge is that's the other risk then?
Yes,
I mean,
there are
a court challenge
additional costs potentially associated with an actual legal challenge, so you may get those.
Thank you, Councilmember Wharton.
Yeah, so what I've heard a lot since being on the council is that it's the city's policy that growth pays for itself. How close are we following that concept with our impact fees?
I don't know if I can speak to that, but that is concern that I've identified here, and that that policy direction that the city's taken may potentially apply to the Northwest Quadrant with regards to, do we assess an impact fee at all? If the policy is that growth pays for growth, and that's all undeveloped land where we're starting really building the infrastructure from ground up, does the city, say, through developer agreements or through that process, that becomes the mechanism that funds infrastructure? Or do we have an impact fee in place and a shift in that policy? I can't speak to, how you've fallen on that line with regards to historic relationships with development, but that has come up with our discussion of the Northwest Quadrant.
Okay, and then just non-Northwest Quadrant specific. I've had a lot of questions about, before I came onto the council, there was an impact fee moratorium. And asking about that, different people have said that the city had these fees, these impact fees, and they didn't have anywhere to spend them. And so that's part of the reason why the moratorium was justified. If that's true, assuming that's true, what can we do to prevent something like that from happening again in the future? Do you think it's advisable to have like a specific person in the city who oversees all of the use and manages the use of impact fees?
Well, previously, the expenditure of impact fees was an issue, and it had to do with that relationship of east and west, and it's my understanding, and I can be, if there's some correction that needs to be applied here, but we had a list of projects that was more citywide, but we were collecting impact fees only on the west side, and there was maybe a disconnect between where you were collecting impact fees and to what infrastructure that could be spent on. We tried to help remedy that by looking at, again, system improvements that served the city as a whole, and so we were collecting impact fees now across the city that could be spent on projects that benefited the city as a whole. That was intended to help make it a little easier to expend impact fees. The other challenge with that is, as you're aware of, when you presented your capital facility needs, there are several components to that. There may be a general fund component and an impact fee component, and the impact fee only funds a percentage of that project, and it's up to the city to identify funding for that other component. If that goes away, then it could potentially put that project in jeopardy, which is also what creates some challenges in the expenditure of impact fees. We can't correct that perfectly. We can't, make sure that there's no challenges associated with impact fees. It is a challenging process to administer these, expend these, and account for your impact fees over time, which leads to your second point there. Do you need someone to manage this full time? Some entities have shifted that way and said, hey, we need some more focus on impact fees. Others have said, we're done with this, and have eliminated impact fees altogether and said, we're not going to charge impact fees any longer. Some communities do that as they approach build-out, for example, where you start seeing less new infrastructure construction and more repair and replacement. Based on that, some entities have said we're going to eliminate the assessment of impact fees altogether and focus on repair and replacement of our existing assets. And then that's paired with any new development will pay for itself through some other mechanism.
But that's less guaranteed because that's a case-by-case basis.
Correct. Yes, and some entities that have historically opted out of assessing impact fees have then shifted back to impact fee assessment under a redevelopment scenario. So as your community starts to go up, then there's substantial impact as a result of that redevelopment, and they've readopted impact fees. But I guess I'd leave that to you on whether you need someone in-house to manage this full-time. I mean, obviously, a city of this size and the amount of impact fees that you collect, there's obviously some challenges associated with administering this type of program.
So is it normal for cities our size to have a single person managing that, or is it more normal for them to have something closer to what we have right now.
I haven't really worked with an entity that has a single person that just does impact fees. That's typically why they hire us and say, hey, we'll.
But you don't work with other capital cities either, right?
No. Yeah.
We'll just be
But
the
there are other
outlier.
cities of substantial population that are somewhat similar with regards to where you're at on build-out and redevelopment issues versus repair and replacement issues, those types of things.
I want to bring up something here, which is the Y2 Analytics study that was presented at Utah League of Cities and Towns conference that many of us were at a few weeks ago, and I was able to hear the details on the study yesterday, and was really fascinated at the inquiries they did with about 2,200 voters in the 9 highest growth counties in the state around housing expansion, and part of it around affordable housing expansion, but really about increasing density in our communities. And they asked a lot of questions around who do you think is responsible for these decisions and who do you trust with these decisions. It was a fairly exhaustive survey, and they asked them specifically about what is the most undermining step that local government takes to alienate your trust in growth. And that number one issue across all 9 counties was when growth doesn't pay for growth. And so to hear you say that for these areas that maybe are built out, but they're seeing redevelopment happen and they're coming back towards impact fees, and to recognize that we're elected leaders who are going to go away and mayors, administrations change, the impact fee ordinance is the most sure way I can imagine, and I'd love to hear you tell me in a moment if you think there's a more sure way that we can guarantee that growth pays for growth and that it isn't handled on a case-by-case basis, and who knows how to navigate the bureaucracy of City Hall, and who knows people at the desk, and all of the shade that casts on the trust of our constituents, of our taxpayers today. So I can't imagine a better way for us to ensure that growth pays for growth than through impact fees. Is there any more sure way?
The intent of the impact fee is to do that, to ensure to the best of our ability that new development is paying their proportional impact on your capital costs moving forward.
And I want to recognize that when I was new on the council, along with Councilmember Rogers, we had, and we've been through this with you, Fred, for years. We've contemplated different approaches to the impact fee facility plan. And we started, I believe we had a really big plan that had way more projects on it than we were having incoming revenue through impact fees to pay for. So that's back when the moratorium vote happened, I was on the losing side of saying, no, this is ridiculous. We know we have projects that we need done. We know growth is happening. We should be collecting those fees. But now I'm seeing another administration that isn't using the impact fees that's set up to return millions of dollars. And we know we have projects, Northwest Quadrant aside. We have growth happening in the city that should be paying for growth. So I think to Councilmember Wharton's question, should we have a full-time person who is managing our impact fees for the sake of our public trust and our taxpayers not subsidizing that growth? Absolutely, without any question, we should. Because by every time that we have to refund an impact fee, we're telling our taxpayers, you're going to pay for that now because of poor management. So I want to know what the status is of our update to the impact fee facilities plan, and not just about adding projects, but about adjusting prices on the plan of what's existing on the plan today.
Yeah, so we've, as I mentioned, we started that evaluation of the Northwest Quadrant. We then shifted to some scenario analysis that included the Northwest Quadrant, and then evaluated some of the basic assumptions of the existing impact fee facilities plan. We then sat down with additional consulting engineers that will need to be utilized in order for us to go to the next steps, which are to finalize demand calculations for the citywide, including all districts. So again, that's the first step in this process, is ensuring that we have updated demand assumptions. And so they're looking at the scope necessary to do that. We are then also going to update the the buy-in equation. That will be a big component of this discussion moving forward, especially if you shift in the nature of your future facility costs. If there maybe are less future facility costs that are growth related, you may shift to a buy-in component, which there's some flexibility there. We also need to finalize the capital improvement plan. Just the citywide, I guess, excluding the northwest quadrant even. I'm just taking other areas of the city and ensuring that we have an up-to-date capital facility list, and then pairing that with a demand analysis. So if you recall, or you look in the existing impact fee facilities plan, for each project there's an estimate of how much of this project is growth related. We want to fine-tune that in this next revision and ensure that we continue to identify growth-related components of your capital facility plan. That's a key element of this document, is to ensure that only that portion is included in the impact fee calculation. Again, going back to some of your comments, there are really two sides that create the expenditure, the challenges associated with the expenditure of impact fees. It's having the projects identified, but if there is another funding source that is necessary, it's having that funding source available also. And I just wanted to state that, because that was some of the challenges we went through in the 2016 iteration, is there's a lot of need, but what are we actually going to fund in the next 10 years? And our plan has to be pegged to that kind of realistic funding strategy in order to make sure that we don't continue to get into expenditure challenges moving forward.
Councilmember Luke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So kind of along those lines, but a little bit different. Last week, when we were working on our CIP prioritizations, we asked Ben a question that he nor anybody else were able to answer, and so I'm hoping that maybe you'll be able to help us with this. There is a project that is that's listed as one of the projects on the CIP list, and part of the project, since it's being funded in phases, part of it is being funded with parks impact fees. It's unique in that it's a trail, or we're calling it a trail, but parts of that corridor will be in the street, and so the question is, can you have one project that uses both parks impact fees and streets impact fees?
It is rare, but that is what we've contemplated in your impact fee facilities plan, is that there's some relationship between those two services.
Okay.
The statute, with regards to transportation, indicates that we can include roadways that are identified in your general plan or other planning documents, and all necessary appurtenances. What does that mean? It's anybody's guess. I mean, that specific term hasn't been challenged.
It's vague enough that we could.
That's what we're going.
There isn't anything that would prohibit a project using two different impact fees.
No. What we have to make sure that we do is ensure that we're not double charging residents. If we're another example is typically in Parks and Recreation, there's a relationship between storm utilities where you'll build a storm detention or retention basin and then turf that and use it as a field potentially. What we have to be careful of in that instance is that we're not counting it in both levels of service. So if we're funding it in storm, if we're funding it in parks, or maybe a component, maybe the land is purchased with park impact fees, but the storm makes the improvement. So there is an example of where there may be some relationship with regards to this infrastructure. What I'd caution is we're operating in gray territory with regards to the impact fee. One of the things that we've discussed, Salt Lake City is unique with regards to your infrastructure needs moving forward outside of traditional roadways, for example. When you look at transportation, the statute doesn't specifically identify transit, for example, as a necessary appurtenance to roadways. There may be some benefit for the city to start exploring an evaluation of the statute as it stands relative to transit, for example, as a qualified impact fee expense. Other entities have looked at natural gas, for example, that there is the inclusion of that as a potential impact fee eligible infrastructure. So, you know, that's some of the discussion we've had with regards to some of those uncertainties as we move forward. We've done the best we can with the data we have with regards to some of that sharing of capital costs between those two services, transportation and Parks and Recreation.
Okay, so it's gray.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here is, I'll just look for a nod from staff and from Margaret in the attorney's office. Does that answer give you what you need for us to move forward? Okay.
We're seeing shrugs.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, Cindy Gus-Jensen.
When we were talking about the other funding sources and that possibly being a barrier to knowing what to put in the impact fee plan and what not to and at what level, it seems like all of the resources out there, or most, would be related to growth.
You're talking about the Northwest Quadrant?
Northwest Quadrant,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, where you're building from nothing, you're building that backbone.
And so if we were to identify them as 90% eligible or 100% eligible, and then later we find that there are other potential funding resources, then couldn't we just adjust, you know, or refund some of the money or adjust in some way once we get that figured out?
Yes, that could be a potential scenario where we look at taking 100% of that cost and making some assumptions with regards to growth eligibility and including that in the equation of our impact fee calculation. Then it's a matter of who in your city pays for that. So do we isolate that cost to just the Northwest Quadrant, or do we spread that cost over the citywide service area? You're broadening that base, which then dilutes the impact fee on a per unit basis, but everybody's paying for that Northwest Quadrant development. And that's some of the dilemma we had, and the dialogue there was, at least preliminary demand data suggests that the relationship between the Northwest Quadrant specifically and the rest of the city is marginal, that trip relationship.
Yeah, so
and it could shift that cost to just the Northwest Quadrant or some smaller service area, which then pushes that impact fee substantially high.
Right, so fundamental to all of this then is the policy body making a decision about, do they want to focus on the policy of growth pays for itself?
Correct.
And then just, sorry, one more thing, if I
Please.
may. So can you put, and maybe you've addressed this, but I can't wrap my head around it yet, can you list some things on an impact fee plan to give yourself flexibility? And I'll use the example of the police. If we aren't sure that we'll be able to find property for the one thing that we want, yet we also have a second need, can we list both items in our plan, and not charge the entire legally allowed fee, but just charge a portion of that, and then later figure out which item we're going to do? Can you do that?
What I would recommend is actually, again, the purpose of the impact fee is to establish a nexus between demand and those facilities that are being constructed. Flexibility is introduced to that equation when we don't necessarily know how to meet that demand. We do have an intent of meeting that demand with a level of service. Let's look at Parks and Recreation. There, we created some flexibility and used a level of investment approach to allow you to construct maybe alternative types of amenities rather than a single type of amenity. So we're perpetuating a level of service, but we're not as specific. And the Ombudsman's office, the opinion was specific to a parks and recreation fee, that we needed to be we need to be more specific with regards to what we identified in a park and recreation impact fee facilities plan. So the same would apply here, that we need to ensure that as we calculate demand and we evaluate what we need to meet that, that is what is included. And we can be as comprehensive as we need to ensure that everything necessary to serve new development is included in that equation. The challenges we've had, to be frank, I guess, with Salt Lake City, is ensuring that we have necessary planning documents to establish that rational nexus. The Impact Fee Facilities Plan is a subcomponent of a much larger planning initiative: master planning, capital facility planning, and then impact fee facility planning. So all of that has to be tied together. What we don't want to do is just include projects for the sake of inclusion so that we can spend more money. We need to make sure that there's a nexus between that demand, level of service, and the facilities that we include, but be as broad as we need to so that everything is included in our facilities plan that's necessary for growth.
And you don't have to charge, like if all of those items, if you have several items, you can make a policy decision not to charge the entire
Correct. Yes.
fee that's
Yeah.
allowed by law.
Recognizing, going back to Aaron's comment, that the impact fee is designed to be proportionate, and we're establishing a maximum allowable impact fee that would be assessed to new development. If you adopt something lower than that, either that's made up by some other revenue and someone else is paying for that, or you don't fund it and your level of service drops. Now, that's different when you consider buy-in, something for which you've already paid for. There's a little more flexibility there, but.
Councilmember Luke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So another question that has always, I've been perplexed by this. I mean, state statute is very prescriptive on what cities can and cannot, what they can spend impact fee money on. The tough one for me has been public safety, because we're charging impact fees, yet when we look at what's prescribed in statute that you can pay for, it's really, if we're trying to say that growth is going to pay for growth, growth doesn't pay for growth in terms of public safety services. It just doesn't, because we can't spend money on a lot of those, services that are critical, whether it's, additional police officers or, in the past we've looked at, whether or not the state statute could be amended to allow for the fire apparatus purchase. Or something like that, where you have these large, heavy, intensive costs.
You can include fire apparatus.
So, we can do fire apparatus, but we can't do police car.
Yeah. So
Right.
Okay, so that was one of the questions that we were looking at. If if we were able to do that, if we could also do police vehicles, and I know right now you cannot.
Correct.
So my question is, what are other cities spending their police impact fees on?
Typically, it's bricks and mortar.
Okay.
To house police officers. Similar with fire, it's the bricks and mortar to expand bays and space for firefighters. For public safety, you cannot include place of involuntary incarceration, so you have to make sure that's removed from the equation. But that is definitely a challenge across the state. As communities grow, the brick and mortar space may grow at a much slower rate than equipment and officers. And you may be able to sandwich a bunch of officers in a small space, but you still need them out, more vehicles and more officers out on the street. Unfortunately, the Impact Fee Act is clear on equipment that we can only include fire apparatus equipment of 500,000 or more.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, we can't include equipment.
So the smaller medical vehicles and any
It
of that.
has to have that larger ticket price. And then the inclusion of any other facilities, there has to be a 7-year useful life or more. So it is a challenge. Right now, we can't do that in the statute.
Do you know if other states around the country, if they do allow that, or is that something that we're pretty
The states
pretty
that
much set on?
we've reviewed and worked with is more similar to what we do right now with
Okay.
regards to capital improvements related to that brick and mortar component of expansion of your system.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, one request that I would have for you as a board member of the Utah League of Cities and Towns, if you could raise that issue at one of your future
do.
meetings.
Yeah.
I think if there was, I would be very interested to see if there would be appetite from the league and other municipalities to look at that statute to see if those issues could be, police vehicles or lower cost vehicles could be included if they are relevant to public safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So real quick, I just wanted to clarify on, Aaron, you'd asked the question on, where we're at right now. We're in the process of updating demand, the facilities, and that cost of growth. I just wanted to point out, we haven't looked at public safety yet. If that is the direction we'd like to go with regards to updating potentially the public safety impact fee, we could start that process right away as well, of evaluating calls for service and going through that exercise.
Yes, please. Council members, anything more on this one? Can I just do some rapid fire ones at you?
Yes, I'll try to be
And
brief
if
so
it,
I can.
other examples of debt service that can be paid with impact fees?
So typically if we're looking at a revenue bond, typically that's a security and maybe not necessarily the payment mechanism. So impact fees can be used to
Right.
help offset that. So you may have a sales tax revenue, your utility revenue bonds, building authority bond. Most of those other financing mechanisms, there's that security in place, but you can use impact fees as a repayment
Great.
than a specific property tax levy.
That's helpful. And then you've alluded to, I think, more of an individual project description than a categorical project description. And we've been wondering about that kind of flexibility on the impact fee facility plan of.
Yeah, so, and we had some of that flexibility built into, we have that now in your current, where we talk about pedestrian safety devices or traffic signalization, where maybe that's less precise because there's a prescribed amount we're going to expend each year. I don't know if someone were to challenge that, where the courts would fall, if that's specific enough or not, or too general.
Okay.
In our process, we try to create as much flexibility as we think possible in that
Okay.
process.
I think that's actually all I had. Anything else, council members?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ben.
I just want to add the current 2016 impact fee facilities plan does not list large fire apparatuses over $500,000 as an eligible
Smalls?
expense. So that's one of the items that we would look to add, given the direction from the council.
Uh-huh. Yes. Council, do you want that direction right now?
I think we have it.
Okay. Okay, anything else? That's it. Thank you very much, Director Reberg, for holding down that side of the table. Lucky you, we didn't have to drag you into any of this today.
No problem, thank you.
And that'll move us on to our expanded fee waivers for mixed income housing developments. Perfect segue here. Ben Ludke's going to stay at the desk with us, and Tony Milner, our hand project and policy manager, is with us. And Lonnie Eggert-Sinkoff, always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So council members, of course, we've got this paper packet in your folders also. Ben, do you want to start us off?
Just a quick orientation, and then I'll hand it over for the PowerPoint the administration has prepared. The administration forwarded one proposed ordinance amendment to expand the eligibility for waiving impact fees for affordable housing developments. The transmittal also contemplates expanding exemptions for other construction-related fee waivers, such as building permits and plan reviews. So just keep in mind that there's only one ordinance amendment for the impact fees exemption before the council, but it's part of a larger discussion about whether to expand that approach to other construction-related fees. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much to the council for your time today. Had the opportunity to kind of meet with some of you in small group sessions to kind of discuss this issue, so I appreciate the time now, and maybe we even have some of those small groups still scheduled to have a little bit more in-depth conversation. Real quick, again, my name is Tony Milner, new to the HAND department, doing housing policy and project. Also special thanks to Ben for kind of helping outline the transmittal as well. Thank you so much, Ben. So it's actually, perfect segue from what we're just hearing from Fred Philpott, kind of basically what to do with actual impact fees, how to collect, how much, and usage of. So this is going to kind of further that conversation just in terms of just residential multifamily rental units. So the slides that we have for you are just very brief. It's a review of the transmittal as well as requested ordinance changes. But they also go into additional considerations which are referenced in the transmittal as well. Of course, we welcome and appreciate your feedback on these issues. So overall, the goal of this transmittal is to, 1, support developers currently building affordable, 2, incentivize new developers to build affordable, and 3, provide an ongoing cost-effective mechanism and financing model for developers to build affordable units in the city. So any developer will tell you that it's costly to develop affordable housing and that they operate very tight budgets with little to no profit, not to mention the rise in construction and labor costs that they are facing. Developers rely on tax credits and additional support from municipalities to build affordable. The quick background is that evaluating cost-prohibitive development fees is a nationally recognized best practice to increase affordable housing, and is recommended locally here by the Kem C. Gardner Policy Institute, as well as Salt Lake Chamber Housing Gap Coalition, the Utah League of City and Towns, and local affordable developers as well. So evaluating development fees is in alignment with the city's 5-year housing plan, Growing Salt Lake, which prescribes reforming city practices and removing impediments to promote affordable housing, especially permanent supportive housing and 40% or below AMI units. So part 1, regarding the expanding the impact fee waiver exemptions, the transmittal goes into more depth with more analysis of past and forecasted fee waivers. But this slide kind of highlights the main impact, which is that for the residential multifamily rental units, rather than waivers per unit for affordable units, if a minimum of 20% of the total units are affordable, then impact fees could be waived for all units. So the anticipated outcome would be development of more mixed income projects with the inclusion of affordable housing. So HAND tracks affordable developments, which is similar to RDA tracking, but this is but as proposed or new projects are kind of announced or changed, the number of total units versus affordable units kind of fluctuates back and forth. So currently our estimate for 2019 is about 1,600 units, of which 1,200 would be affordable. Of those 1,200, 600 units would be 30% AMI or below or PSH. Overall,
tell us what PSH is.
Permanent supportive housing. Thank you, Lonnie. Overall, 70% of the units eligible for the fee waivers would be affordable units. So in double checking these projects, all that have applied or have received low-income housing tax credits. Currently, right now, the ordinance says, and then we didn't make any changes to this, is that a bare minimum would be that you'd have a 15-year land use restriction agreement, a LORA. But basically, all of the units that I just mentioned, the 1,600 units, basically have also either applied for or received low-income tax credits. So basically, that bumps that 15 years up to 50 years of affordability, which is then monitored by the Utah Housing Corporation. So part two,
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Sure.
the 15 versus 50 and the tax credits, how that would apply?
so right now, the current ordinance basically says for those who are eligible, they still have to submit a LURA, or a land use restriction agreement, to they have to file it with the county. We have to have record of it. So the legal department reviews it, as well as the CAN office reviews it as well. So that's the bare minimum, which is kind of locking them down for affordability. But then basically, since it is so hard to build affordable units, most of the developers, in fact, all the ones on my list currently, have either applied for or received low-income tax credit units, low-income tax credits funding. That's done through the Utah Housing Corporation and also monitored, and so that kind of bumps it up to a total of 50 years of affordability.
So the city could change its ordinance from 15 years.
Correct.
I just want to underline that point that if an affordable housing project is receiving funding through the Utah Housing Corporation, which would be state housing trust funds or low-income housing tax credits, then that project with those funding sources is tied to the compliance. If the project does not receive those, then there is not a compliance oversight ensuring affordability during that term. And the city does not currently have a program that I'm aware of that would ensure compliance in its stead.
Correct.
Councilmember Johnston?
But the question, though, the question is, by going with a 15-year maximum based on the subsidy, does it make sense? Does it help them because it's much more costly to do a 50-year deed restriction essentially on it than a 15-year, correct? And so at that point, does it even make the subsidy balance essentially if it's 50 years for the same amount as 15 years? Have you had analysis on that yet?
The analysis, in kind of talking with, one developer in particular, Chris Parker of the Give Group, who's putting the new exchange, basically he was saying that, right now the way the current ordinance is situated is that if it's per unit of affordability in that property, then he basically said that's a drop in the bucket. He's basically saying, but if this passes, then if all the units were eligible for that waiver, then that would be substantial. That would help them out in their financing.
But if you have to keep that for 50 years on those units,
right?
What's the cost benefit of that versus 15? I mean, it's much more. How much more, though?
Yeah, that's something that they've kind of locked themselves into, made that decision with their financing tools to go after the low-income housing tax credit funding, and then so they know that that's part of the model.
Can I ask if I understand your question a little differently?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that if we stick with the 50 years, that is a big disincentive to the developers. If we go forward with this suggestion for the proposed change and stick with the 15 years, that maybe will open up some folks that wouldn't pursue the tax
That's my
incentives.
question, because with the LIHTC tax credits, yeah, you get into it, but you get a much larger amount for the 50-year trade-off. If we're going to go with 50 years for this amount, does it disincentivize some developers who wouldn't do it otherwise, just financially?
Yeah, so I feel like we probably need to circle back with you on that question.
Tony, are you done with your presentation? Or?
A few more.
Okay.
Really quick, part two. So now, separate from the requested ordinance changes that are in front of you, is the possibility to expand building permits and plan review waivers as well. In addition to impact fees, building permit and plan review fees were identified by local affordable developers as the most costly fees. So the current ordinance for waivers of these fees is 18.20.220, waiver or deferral of fees, which is cumbersome, it's restrictive, it does not define which of the fees, which fees basically. It's limited to nonprofits only, not LLCs, and must go through HAB board approval. So in the transmittal, we researched these fees and estimated around 1,000 affordable units in fiscal year 15 and 17 would have been eligible for waivers if they matched the impact fee waiver requirements. If waivers to these fees were expanded as well to offset the loss of the revenue, a grant pilot program could be created to reimburse building services, with sales tax funding their future or other identified funds, as well as a procedure to track and report the loss. So also, in reviewing the city's current process for fee waivers, it was apparent that the ordinances could greatly be improved to allow for uniformity, streamlining, consistency, and possibly an expedited process with a single application. Developers are on a tight schedule, and any improvement to our process would help save time and costs. We also have listed some considerations that include developing a clear, fast-track process that incorporates a wider range of developers, as well as clear and quick grant program. So lastly, we'd just like to review with you some policy considerations and next steps. Again, this transmittal and the other items are ways to support current affordable developers who are mostly mission-driven and committed to affordable housing, but they cannot solve our housing crisis alone, and so we hope that these measures will incentivize market-rate developers to build affordable as well. Again, most projects are covered by LIHTC funds and a 50-year affordability, but for the odd development that meets the 20% threshold and does not use LIHTC, perhaps the council can consider measures beyond 15 years and possible whatever analysis of ramifications, good or bad. Also, these new initiatives have a possibility to include sunset dates. For next steps, we welcome your feedback and thoughts on these issues, including further ordinance changes and, of course, policies and procedures that would be created for all anticipated implementations. Thanks again for your time, and we welcome your comments and feedback.
Thank you, Tony. Council members.
Madam Chair, I just have a couple questions. The first one is, if we do waive impact fees, we do, as an ordinance, isn't it the law that we have to fund it from somewhere, right? Is that correct?
So if you waive, so there's currently not a mechanism for waiving impact fees. If the fees that are waived for impact fees, there's no mechanism to have those reimbursed.
So there is no reimbursement mechanism, or there is no law mandating it?
Right. No law mandating, and then nothing for impact. Building services, anything from the plan, the permit, and the plan review, there's the possibility of creating a grant program for reimbursement to building services.
Jennifer Bruno, welcome to the table.
Sorry, just a minor point of clarification. While there's no legal requirement to reimburse those impact fees, I think referencing Mr. Philpott's earlier presentation, assuming you still want to build whatever thing you decided you needed to build when you first adopted the impact fee plan, you would have to figure out a different way to build it. So to the extent, let's say you're planning to build a new fire station, if you're waiving a bunch of impact fees, that creates a gap for building that fire station, for example. So you'd have to figure out how to fund that or decide not to build that fire station.
I think that's one of the base assumptions that would be fed into the pricing calculation for the impact fees. So while Fred's doing that work now, if the council were to make this change, that would feed into his calculations.
Thank you for that question.
Councilmember Wharton. So
the proposed ordinance change to the max to the 15 years. I want to work with. I understand the city needs to partner with other groups to solve this housing crisis, but I want to work with partners that are committed long-term to affordable housing specifically, and not just someone who says that they want to provide affordable units and then and then says they can't rent them out, or they can't find people to go in them and then rents them out at market rate, or rents them to a family for 15 years, one generation, or maybe less, and then they're back out at market rate. How does a 15-year plan make sure that we are partnering with the right people who are in this for the long game of affordable housing?
Again, just kind of looking at the current ones that are in the pipeline, most are nonprofits, most are mission-driven, most are committed to the very vulnerable populations that we're trying to serve with this. For the oddball that might kind of come in just trying to use the current ordinance to get a discount or to get the waiver, that's something that we can think through and think about other ways to possibly prevent that. But we do kind of want to just not have this be just for nonprofits, we do want to open this up to the market rate community.
Well, why can't we do that though with still longer LORA requirements?
That would be a policy question that we would welcome more conversation on. The 15 years kind of the best practice minimum, and it would add at least hopefully a few new developers into the mix. But if the appetite is for a longer period, we would definitely want to look at that more carefully.
Councilmember Luke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the work that you've done on this. Thank you. Affordable housing is something that is critical for not only our city but for the state and the region as property continues to increase in price and essentially pricing out a very large segment of our city's population. However, I've been concerned in the past about fee waivers because I question how effective they are at really attracting business. We saw some when there was the impact fee moratorium. We did see development, but there are a lot of other tools available that I think that give the city more control. I look at the $21 million that we set aside through the redevelopment agency, which was hard cash that could be used for affordable housing projects. That to me seems like something that would be able to give us a little bit more control, not only over who we work with, but to Chris's point, but the types of developments that we're looking for, whether it's through land acquisition that is then deeded over to the developer or something else. I just think that there are a lot of tools that we can be looking at. I do want to tip my hat to Council Chair Mendenhall for the clever agenda placement of this right after the impact fee discussion, where we just spent quite a bit of time talking about the city policy of growth paying for growth, and this is just the opposite of that. This is growth paying for more growth, and while affordable housing is extremely important, it doesn't address the underlying issues that we have as a city. More growth is going to require more investment in infrastructure. It's going to require more investment in public safety and other services, and this only exacerbates that problem, in my opinion. I do think that it is important that we look at creative options to fund affordable housing. I think this is a creative option, but I do think it goes against the city's policy of growth paying for growth. And to me, that is concerning.
Thank you, Councilmember Luke. Councilmember Kitchen.
Thank you for coming. So we've talked about this idea a number of times in our affordable housing deliberations, and I actually share your concern, Charlie, not because I don't think we should be incentivizing affordable developments, but I guess I have there's some gray area in my understanding of this, and that is, you mentioned 1,200 units. That's what's currently in the pipeline, right? That would be
So if we're going to use that baseline of if 20% of the entire building is affordable, then all of the units. So the total units of 1,600, of which 12 are affordable.
Okay, so that's a new number. That would be in addition to what's already coming online for affordable units. It's total, but it's a lot of our Housing Trust Fund, RDA, as well as the other projects that we're aware of. See, and I think to that point, it feels natural that we would waive the fees if we're funding it through RDA or the Housing Trust Fund or some other mechanism that is already utilizing public resources, and maybe not for private developments. I'm not entirely sure. I think that's the conversation that we need to have here, but I'd like to build on what Councilmember Wharton mentioned as well on the 15-year concern. Just so I understand, it sounds like if a developer is getting LIHTC credits, that they are already bound by a 50-year timeline, right? And so this is only the 15-year timeline is only going to apply to those who maybe are not already considering affordability. And so in that case, I actually am comfortable with the 15-year timeline, and we could talk about maybe 18 or 20 years. The reality is that 15 years goes by like this. So, I mean, it's going to fall into the market rate housing category before we know it. But I guess because this would hopefully act as sort of a carrot to a developer that might not be considering affordability, that does seem like a fair timeline. And then just reading over the part 3, the process adaptions, I was looking at the considerations, and it seems like we should be developing a fast-track permitting process to decrease costs anyway. And maybe you can speak to what the administration is already planning to do or working on to get to some of these goals of cutting costs and increasing efficiency.
And if I can tag on to that I remember as the board, RDA board, we asked HAND to work with planning, or maybe it wasn't as the RDA board.
It was. I remember.
On a zoning study and looking at barriers to affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
And we are working on that. We have had a little delay of our colleagues in planning being distracted by other large projects.
So we've heard. Just kidding. They did a great job.
Thank you for understanding the delay.
Yeah, but there is, different processes, different ones required to go through different boards, different forms, et cetera. So yes, and part of when we had the feedback session with the local developers that are building affordable, one of the things that they said too is just the time that's happening on our end. And so part of that too is then we've kind of gone back, we're currently in the process of looking at what's the timeline like of how much when it's sitting in building services versus it's on them to respond and react. And so we're trying to get a clear picture to see just how fast or how slow we are in the process and if an expedited process is needed.
Councilmember Wharton?
So this has made me think of something that Councilmember Luke said. During the impact fee moratorium, how many affordable housing units did that produce?
That's a good question. We've been looking at trying to get the numbers of how much impact fees were collected during that time, which is 0, right?
Right. So, but I would just be curious to know if we think that this is going to attract it, then there should have been like a boom of affordable units, right? From 2 years ago.
That would make sense. I think we need to get back to you on some more
Councilmember
research.
Johnston has a comment on that.
Thank you.
I think one of the issues here, though, is that if you calculate their estimate of, say, $3,500 per unit, and if you have a 70-unit building, you're looking at $420,000 and change is what we're losing for that building. And if you get 20% of that building for affordable, the bang for the buck is pretty good. One of the issues is that most of these developers aren't going to be able to do it without LIHTC funding regardless. It just doesn't pencil. Even with that much money, $425,000 does not make it pencil for an affordable unit, right? The LIHTC funding is great. The problem is right now in the current market, it doesn't cover all the costs. There's a gap even after that. So this is actually what most likely, my guess, is going to be a gap funding measure for some developers who would do it anyway with LIHTC funding, but can't make it pencil without this gap help. The problem with the low-income housing during the moratorium was that it's still based on another subsidy, the LIHTC, and there's a limited number of those. So you can't sort of exceed that. You can't have this massive growth because there's only this many per year. So that's the biggest issue with affordable housing is the market's not going to pay for it. The constraints are the subsidies, whether it's the LIHTC or whether something we do here. If we're willing to open up the subsidy and bang for the buck, it proves it's a good investment. Because if you compare this to, say, our RDA funding and how much we got per unit based on different types, that's where I'd like to go with the analysis. And I think it works on a limited basis for, say, 2 years in a strong market. If the market cools, it doesn't work, I don't think, for various reasons. But this is a good test probably in this current market, I think.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, mine's just kind of a follow-up to the Northwest Quadrant when we talk about 10% used for affordable housing or housing in general. I mean, we need to figure that number out, figure out what is the lowest number that it could be, what is the highest number it could be, and kind of figure, is that something that can coalesce with this or moving forward to actually fund a program that has some substance. So I think that's a lot of discussion for us to move forward with, but I don't know how we figure out those numbers. I don't know if there's any way that we can figure out 10% of that tax increment out there. Or can we? I guess that's a question for administration to figure out, right?
I want to take an issue with the very first slide, and which is getting at the assumptions at the very beginning of our staff report even, which is that we're looking at removing impediments within the existing city processes and in creating an expedited system for affordable housing developments. And not that page, but sorry, not the first. Keep going. Yep, that one right there. And the background to justify the waiver of impact fees, I don't actually think that ULCT would stand by the waiver of impact fees right now. And I think that the Housing Gap Coalition, funded by the chamber primarily and heavily represented by developers, is obviously interested in waiving impact fees. I think that this is a bit premature, given that we've asked HAND and the planning department to evaluate the suite of barriers that there probably are that in our existing city processes, and come back to tell us how those add up and what the costs will be to remove those barriers and what the consequences are for the removal of those barriers. So I look at that list and I go to these conversations outside of City Hall, and I absolutely hear developers say, yeah, help us out, those impact fees are ridiculous. Well, I'll tell you, as the chair of the council and the budget we've went through this last year and the budget I've been through for 5 years, there's not enough money for streets, there's not enough money for parks, and we are not nearly close to funding our police officers as much as we should, and we're getting there with the fire department, but impact fees can only address a tiny portion of those, and yet it adds up to millions and millions of dollars. So I'm not sure yet that I don't believe that background justifies the waiver of impact fees. It may come to bear that that's true, but I think that your departments are in the process of making that evaluation broader than impact fees, and I want to hear what those results are before I feel comfortable looking at that waiver. And I want to underline that with the fact that, you know, we worked together to find $21 million and more to put toward affordable housing. We're serious about affordable housing, and we're serious about money for affordable housing. But that doesn't mean that I want to walk around with a machete cutting off the other limbs of the city that really rely on the existence of some of these funds coming in from development. So let me end that with a question, that if this were approved, what is the ultimate combination of incentives and waivers that any particular developer could access in approaching a housing development that has 20%? And maybe you don't know that today.
I would say we need to do a little more work on that, so.
I imagine things in Venn diagrams often, and I can see where this creates a really dense, this would, I think, add a density to a whole bunch of incentives and waivers and funding opportunities that we've put on the table. And I think we need to be really strategic about that.
Thank you.
Other, Councilmember Johnston, then Wharton.
Yeah, I think in the housing affordability discussion, there is a lot of clamor for lowering barriers at a city level, and a lot of the talk is about fees. Standardized fees, get rid of fees, et cetera. I don't think that discussion is the same as what we're having. That discussion is about fees for all development. We're talking about a very targeted concept about making a gap for an affordable piece. And so I think there's a nuance there we need to bring up. I think you're right, the ULCT is not necessarily advocating this at this point. It's part of a broader discussion about how do you help incentivize affordable housing with some other help for cities to do it. So there's a bigger discussion about this particular as one part of it. But I want to be clear, because you hear a lot of discussion about waive fees for development, period. I only look at this as supporting because if it does look at cost benefit, bang for the buck, if this type of incentive helps get more units, even more cheaply than our $21 million per unit, that's why I'm willing to look at it. And if it does tie, because the reality is this is not enough money for a developer to change their building to an affordable building at 20% of their units at 50% AMI or below. It's not going to happen that way. This is what's going to happen. Is this going to help a developer who already has wanted to do this at a higher level, who has some other funding like a LIHTC, who needs gap. That without that gap right now, because of federal tax law, it's not going to happen. They're not going to build the affordable units. So that's where I'm willing to look at it that way. I hear your point is exactly right, but I think this is a much more targeted discussion than the bigger.
But do you agree that there are other funding tools that we've put on the table that can help address the gap financing that developers need?
Potentially. I mean, that's the question, because we've put our 21 million in these baskets already, right? This is not going to help the private developers who are doing their own thing and run into a gap in the middle of their process. So perhaps, I'm not opposed to that at all. We could have it, but I'm saying if we have an analysis of what the bang for the buck for this amount of money is, does it equate to other things we could do and offset the budget other ways? So,
Councilmember Wharton?
Has the Housing Advisory and Appeals Board weighed in on this at all?
They are, with the transmittal, they gave their recommendations, and so some of their recommendations were incorporated into, but not all of their recommendations.
Okay.
Cindy?
I haven't looked at the transmittal lately, so I can't, so I'm just going to ask this as a question. The recommendations that the Housing Board made and the ones that they didn't make, has the council received the ones that they did not make? The reason I ask is because the boards are advisory to both branches, so
Right.
Do we have that already?
And in terms too, because the transmittal that we put forward is just solely affecting impact fees, which is what the HAB board does not currently review, have oversight over. The other fees that we mentioned, currently they do go through the HAB board, and so and so we didn't submit a transmittal to that, which would have required an actual official HAB board response.
I'm sorry,
Can I maybe restate that for us?
Yes, thank you.
So the HAB board did not really respond with please don't change this, because we didn't ask for a change on the permit fee and the plan review fee. And because the impact fee currently doesn't have to go through the HAB board, they didn't really say, please don't ever do that. So we have the two components that we didn't really propose as a streamlined process altogether. So they didn't give us a response of don't do that. Is that what you're asking?
I'm just asking, I thought you said that the board gave you some feedback on the proposal, and some of that feedback you incorporated or listed, and some you did not. Is that correct?
I hear your question. I'm looking back at the information that was provided by them. And I'm going to say I need to
Okay,
circle
that's
back
okay.
with you.
And
I
so my question is, could we also, if we don't already have it, could we also have whatever they suggested that you chose not to include? And the basis for asking for that is just that it's advice sometimes
For both.
that's helpful to, yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Council members, anything else? Okay, Lonnie, Tony, and Ben, thank you. Ben, go ahead.
Just one more thing, Madam Chair. The council might remember back during the annual budget that $320,000 was approved as the part of the housing component of the increased sales tax revenue for an expedited process to essentially not charge developers some of the fees for affordable housing developments. And then the $120,000 would be used to make the general fund whole. So while those would not be used as outlined in the discussion today, the council did approve $320,000 that the administration could use for some affordable housing developments to essentially extend a waiver by just not having them pay the fee, but the general fund would cover it.
Okay, thank you. I think we're setting a date tonight for a public hearing on November 13th and tentatively scheduled to take action on Tuesday, November 27th. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry for Mr. Alfondre, I see you in the audience. We're going to take a break because we need a break and haven't had one yet. And we will come back at 5 o'clock and pick up with our FBUN2 discussion. And just a reminder, we've already done item 6, so we're not too behind schedule, actually. with the FBUN2 building height zoning text amendment, item 5. We'll ask Nick Tarbett to come back to the table. And James Alfondre is our applicant. You can come up now if you'd like. For some reason, we don't have anyone from planning on this agenda item, but
Casey Stewart.
Casey and Nick. I think we do, and we just forgot about you tonight. I know, so rude. Nick, Casey.
I'll just let Casey take it over.
Okay.
It's an
great.
apology for forgetting to put your name on there. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. This item is a zoning text amendment request regarding the Form-Based Urban Neighborhood 2 zoning district, otherwise known as FBUN2. The requester is James Alfondre, who owns property in the FBUN2 and is requesting permission to change the amendment to allow additional height for affecting this property. Currently, the allowable height limit, and yeah, so up on the screen, or on your screen outlined in yellow, is the subject property at the corner of 900 South and Washington Street. The current allowable building height for this property is 4 stories up to a maximum of 50 feet tall. The request is seeking an additional story, so 5 stories up to a maximum of 60 feet tall. And that particular height applies to a number of corners in the Central Ninth area, and I'll go to a map here. So this map, you can see some blue ovals and circles scattered on the map. Those indicate corners where this additional height is allowed, up to 60 feet tall. The subject site is highlighted in yellow down there along 900 South. So it's not in those, or on those corners that were initially anticipated for or approved for extra building height. And the thought at that point, which is about 2013, 2014, when this zone was adopted, was to focus those extra building height on nodes throughout the neighborhood rather than along the entire street. So to focus on those primary corners. So Mr. Alfondre is proposing a mixed-use type project on a number of properties, one of which is this one in yellow, and would like to utilize that additional height if possible. So the text amendment would include that corner in the allowed extra height up to 60 feet tall. And again, just historically here, this the FBUN zones were adopted in the 2013-14 era. So they've been in place for a few years now. There are a number of projects currently under construction, some that were recently completed. So we're still kind of waiting to see the effect of these height limits in this neighborhood.
Can I interrupt you for a moment? Councilmember Luke has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you can actually continue. I just have a comment after the presentation. No, that's okay. You were just very quick, so thank you.
There was a lull, so I seized.
So this went to the Planning Commission back in August, and there was some discussion at the Planning Commission. In the end, the Planning Commission voted 4-2 to recommend against allowing the additional height. Primarily based on the short time that this zone has been in place, and also based on some of the policies in the Central Ninth area of the downtown plan, which speaks to enhancing the small business nodes at 900 South and 200 West. So it's supporting the node concept. So based on those two reasonings, the Planning Commission again recommended against the change. You'll see some public comments in your packet, both for the Planning Commission meeting and earlier in the process, almost a year ago, at a public house, or a public open house for this project. I will mention that a year ago, our policy was to hold an open house and notify the community councils of this application. We did that and did not get any comments or requests for presentation at the community councils at that time. So the only actual public event was the public open house. I think I'll go ahead
Madam
and
Chair, I guess
wrap it up.
my question is, for that is then, why do we have a letter in support from the Ballpark Community Council?
So that came in within the last day or two. I understand that the applicant followed up with them and presented to them recently. There's a change in leadership there. I don't know what the preference is to hear it now versus a year ago. But yes, a letter of support did come from the Ballpark Community Council. There's also a Central Ninth Community Council, which is just in its infant stages within the last couple of months.
Yeah, I guess, Madam Chair, I know that this property is, I should say the Henry's property, if I'm not mistaken, is one that's been tried to be purchased for years and years and years. And I'd love to hear the process from Mr. Alfondre, how he was able to assemble his property, what his vision is, and get an idea for where he would like to see this go and why he's looking for that extra height.
Let's let Casey finish up.
I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Can I actually ask really quick? So my internet is not working, so I can't pull up the public comments here on the agenda. But from the staff report that I'm reading, it sounds like those comments, the public comments in opposition to this, there were only six comments. Is that right?
Related to the Planning Commission
Relating
hearing.
to the plan, yeah.
Yes.
So, and 5 were against and 1 was in favor, right?
Correct.
So it's just not that's not a lot of people. That's not a lot. That's not a lot of feedback. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear, what James or Councilmember Rogers mentioned. I'd love to hear from the developer on the process of assembling these properties and the grand vision, and then also, I don't want to steal the thunder from Councilmember Johnston, but he and I were talking a moment offline, and I think it may be helpful for the record if you could speak to why the additional height couldn't be applied to the corner on 200 West and 9 South, instead of on Washington Street. Does that make sense? So why couldn't we take the additional height that you need to make this project pencil and apply it to another location on the project itself? Does that make sense?
And we'll have Mr. Alfondre come up to answer that. You want to come up, James? While he's coming up, Nick Norris, that does seem like a pretty good turnout for a planning commission meeting. I mean, honestly, can you put those numbers in perspective for us?
Yeah, that's pretty typical as far as the people who are willing to come and actually speak and provide comments at a planning commission meeting. I mean, for something that is as site-specific as this. So.
Okay.
And I can rephrase my question, it sounds like.
Yeah, sure. And you mean your question to James?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's let him get set up. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, and of course, we always give the developer or the applicant 5 minutes to speak, but Councilmember Kitchen has a specific question.
No, I'll ask in a minute, but why don't you give us your presentation and tell us about the property and your plan?
Sure. So let me start off by saying that Casey was kind of in an awkward position here because I originally started this application with Mike Malloy when he was the staff member, and we had a really good discussion at the time. We just controlled the Chuckles parcel. Chuckles parcel is the one with the 3 rectangular brick fronts.
You can use the mouse also.
Oh, right there. That's Chuckles, which makes an L. It's a parking lot, and then this Chuckles bar. We had that under contract at the time, doing a lot of environmental testing. It was very contaminated from being down gradient from this Henry's former dry cleaner site. So we're trying to figure out as a developer how we can develop a project that is in line with the neighborhood, which is ground floor retail right at a track stop with amenities and residential units. Because of the contamination, we can't provide any residences on the ground floor. So it limits us into what we can do there. So originally going with Mike Malloy, I came up with this idea that we would like more height. We think it's very appropriate, being right next to tracks, right on a major corridor at 9th South. And he said, well, it's on an alley, so you can't specifically call a corner out. So why don't you go ahead and do all of 9th South? Put in your petition for all of 9th South. So that's what we did. And he said, if we get negative feedback, we'll then regroup and we'll just focus on your property. So the open house comments, people were commenting on 5 stories all along 9th South, from West Temple to from 3rd West to West Temple. And Mike Malloy left, and we never had the opportunity to say, hold on, community, actually, we hear what you guys are saying, and we're gonna pull back and just focus on our neighborhood. So there's some misinformation that, and that's what I got out of the negative recommendation from the Planning Commission as well, that I explained this to them, that all those comments were based on not accurate information. And so the swing vote, who was the chair at the time, said, you know, I know this neighborhood, I know there are people there, I really like this idea of more housing around transit, but we need to give them more information, and until that, I'm going to vote no, and we'll let the city council deal with it. So so unfortunately, you know, then Casey came in and didn't know, it sounds like didn't know the backstory, and anyway, it was a very awkward situation for Casey to come into. But I would like to just get the record straight about what the plan was here. And since then, I also was under the assumption that it was just mandatory for any planning request or zoning request to get a meeting with the community council through the planning staff. I didn't realize it was up to the community council to accept or deny that. So I was also kind of surprised when we were ready to go to planning commission with a negative recommendation from the staff, and I didn't have the chance to go present to the community council and kind of set the record straight. So long story short, I kind of want to get that off the table. So I went and
Got 2 minutes.
I went and was able to present to the community council, and 40 people were there, and a lot of people, Paul Johnson, including Jesse Hulse, Mary Gordon, a lot of residents were there, and we ended up getting a strong letter of support, straw poll, very supportive of doing this. And the reason is, so we own Henry's, we own it. We've taken on a lot of risk as a developer. It was a really tough owner, but we're committed to this neighborhood, and we want to do the right thing. So we own the Henry's parcel, the Chuckles parcel, and also the duplex on the corner, and we want to create a wonderful mixed-use project with as much ground floor retail fronting 9 South as we can. We also want to activate that alley and create this really great pedestrian experience for the community and for the neighborhood that really goes in line with what the plan is here for Central 9th. So again, this is a very tricky site because of all this contamination. It's been blighted for so long. It's been very difficult to make it work. We have a unique opportunity to do this project together. If we didn't own the down gradient stuff to the west and we just own Henry's, we'd be in a legal battle with the people who are to the west of us wanting us to clean up their property, et cetera, et cetera. So we're in a really unique opportunity as an owner who controls all of this to do something fantastic here. And the environmental contamination is a big piece we're trying to figure out. And this extra height allows us to get enough parking we need, get creative with mezzanine parking in the back that frees up the front of the building for retail. We want to provide ground floor commercial and residents here at the track stop, and the neighborhood feels the same way.
Okay, so we do have the opportunity for council members to ask questions. Councilmember Luke?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a question as much as I have a comment. I think that, we've talked a lot about density and the importance of density in the city and the fact that the city does need to add density. I have been, very clear in my comments that I am not opposed to density as long as we have the infrastructure in place. and that we do it responsibly and we do it in areas that make sense. To me, this makes perfect sense because of the proximity to tracks and the area that we're talking about with a lot of the redevelopment issues and interest. And so I am fully supportive of this. I don't usually like going against the Planning Commission, but on this one, I think that when we look at the overall issues impacting the city, the overall density issues that we've talked about, this one does make sense.
Thank you, Councilmember Luke. Councilmember Johnston?
Can you back up at one slide to your overhead, the previous one? Yeah, that one right there. So you've already got 5 stories proposed on the corner of 2nd and 9th, is that right? So you've maxed out what you can get there?
2nd and 9th is already zoned for 5.
Yeah, so you've done 5, you've maxed out, so you can't go higher, theoretically. So one of the things that was brought up in here was the trying to break up the block as far as height. If you go from 5 to 5, talk to me about sort of how does, so form-based zoning essentially wants some
Sure. Yeah.
Step backs, all those kind of things to make it visually interesting, right?
Sure. And I would say there are a couple ideas behind that as far as when you look at planning practices. One of them is, there's higher density around the track stop, and as you go out from tracks, it's kind of a tiered cake that you get less dense. So I would argue that we should be denser here along track stop and supporting this node, and density kind of falls out from the track stop. But also, there's already so many variations in the height right now. For instance, the Spy Hop building, the new condos that are going, and those are only 3 stories when they could have been 5, so there's already variation at that corner. And then you look down the street from us on Washington Street, and you have a 6-story building here, next to 2 stories, and you have another 6-story building down the street on 200 West. So I know we might get caught up in the idea of corridors and how things are, preventing corridors, but there already is so much variation in that neighborhood that I don't think anyone is gonna look at those buildings and think that it looks too much like a corridor, and there was a missed opportunity there. I think it's gonna be a very well-designed, vibrant product that no one's gonna think twice about that.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I do. What would be the impact if, say, that we didn't approve the height, the additional height? What would that do to your project?
Then we most likely will not have ground floor retail on that side of the project. Because us as developers, we don't feel comfortable providing no parking for our residents. We have to hit a metric that we're comfortable with. That's a ratio, and we're still very aggressive with our parking here. And that's why we like this neighborhood, because we can get more aggressive with parking, but we want to provide retail and parking for our residents. Again, know the neighborhood very well, and people are getting worried about the lack of parking developers are putting on their sites. And so we feel like it's a public benefit to add this parking. So the extra height, again, allows us more creativity with fitting 2 levels of mezzanine parking in 1 story. So then we can pull the parking to the back and open up the street frontage to retail. And we're just really interested in doing that. We think it's very appropriate for the neighborhood, and the community council as well was very supportive of that and saw the reason behind our visioning, and are supportive of that as well. So we would still make it work without the extra height. It just wouldn't be the kind of project we would want to develop in that neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think with these nodes, I mean, if you look at the Sky House project on North Temple and 300 West, there is no retail on it. It's all residential. And you look at all the residential that's being built around there. We missed out big time there on that corner for retail, big time. So I think this is a great project, James. I think that's the retail component has to be done on that level. It's a walkability area. It's a node that we've discussed. So I know that Henry's has been tied up several times or dozens of times trying to be purchased and do something with this. So it's amazing that you've amassed this assemblage here to actually do something with it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kitchen?
I was actually going to ask what you think. This is your district.
I have been paying attention to the Ballpark Community Council conversations on this, and I basically agree with Mr. Alfondre's evaluation of what happened with the previous chair and the shift in the project that also coincided with a shift in folks at that conversation at the community level. I'm supportive of this project. I hope it isn't stucco all over. I think we have some of the most unattractive multifamily housing built in this neighborhood. I mean, like spectacularly unattractive.
I have a whole, what's it called? Oh, I have a whole Instagram account dedicated.
Dedicated to spectacularly unattractive housing?
Trying to lift up our local development community to take more pride in what
It's not my job to talk about paint colors, but the feel that you're going for in the project itself, and I've had the chance to learn more about it from meetings with you, I'm in support of, so I'm going to be supporting this. I think it's unfortunate, though, that we've had, this is our second negative recommendation from the Planning Commission on one of your projects, second in a row. The last one the council was in support of and ultimately passed. I hope that's what we're going to see here, but I ask you to, I don't know, think about how that's going. And it may be that you're pushing the envelope, James. I don't know. But
any recommendations, I would like to figure that one out myself.
Well, that's probably more Nick Norris's realm than mine. But any other comments, questions, Councilmember Johnston?
Yeah, Madam Chair, maybe from Nick Norris or Planning, talk to me about sort of your take on what Mr. Alfondre just presented as far as how it breaks up the block and how it doesn't do what we think it's going to do, I guess.
Well, I think it does a lot of the things that we would hope new development would do. I think one of the things about the Central Ninth that we kind of struggle with is, one, it's the zoning's 5 years old. We've amended it a couple of times. We've had proposals to amend the height that have been shot down before. And so I think we're kind of in a weird spot where we don't know actually we go off what our plans say. And, clearly there's some indication that even though the downtown master plan is 2 years old, or 2.5, whatever it is, that there's some inclination to move away from some of it. So I think that would kind of be all I really have to say about it. But I think if a development is achieving our goals, yeah, there are some places in this city where we need more height. There's no question about it. Our large parcels and lack of height is what is creating the 400 South that we're seeing. The way to get away from that is we've made some changes, but the other way is, we got to change some city policies to deal with height.
We're evolving.
Yeah, we're a changing, maturing city, so.
So I need to wrap this one up. We've got 50 minutes of meeting left in a 30-minute time span. If there's no other questions, then we're going to set a date tonight for a public hearing, which is at our next meeting, November 13th. We're tentatively scheduled to take action November 27th, and we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. So this moves us on. We've already done the Inland Port zoning text amendment. We're at the limitations on the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits at commercial animal establishments. We've got our animal policy specialist, Jan Aramaki from our council office, and Noel Walkinshaw, the Deputy Director of Public Services. Welcome.
Mary Beth's coming up too.
And Mary Beth, our Director of Finance. Is that the right title? Thank you. Mary Beth Thompson.
Would you like me to go ahead and introduce the topic?
Please do, Jan.
Sure. It's a proposed ordinance from the administration for the council's consideration. What it does is it places a limitation on pet store establishments, and they're requiring them to obtain their dogs, cats, and rabbits from either a animal shelter, an animal control agency, a humane society, or a nonprofit organization. And it is mirrored after Salt Lake County Code and Sandy City Code. And our staff actually checked with local establishments, pet store establishments, and it appears that they're all currently operating under what this code is stating. So we don't anticipate there would be any impacts right now. But in case there is, the city attorney's office has given a 90-day timeline for them to come into compliance.
Great. Noel, anything to add?
I think that Jan did a great job describing all of that. My involvement largely is I'm the contract manager for our animal services contract. In the event of some sort of an enforcement activity, we would work through animal services. Just to sort of build on that, Animal Services has recently created an advisory board that is a recognized advisory board, and I'm the representative on that advisory board with Animal Services. So I'm having a monthly relationship with them now, and they're fully in support of this activity and are very mindful of it. So I think it's a good move forward.
Councilmember Luke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am extremely pleased about this ordinance. It's been a long time coming. I'm happy that we're finally moving in this direction. Just a quick story. So 9 years ago, my family ended up with a puppy. We didn't know anything about being a pet owner. We didn't know anything about dogs. So, we were at a pet store, saw a little puppy, and fell in love. My kids fell in love, and we ended up buying him and bringing him home. 2 days later, he went into a coma. We took him to the vet. He had Giardia, an upper respiratory infection, pneumonia, and something else. I called the pet store back, and I'm like, look, we just got this dog. Can you help us? And they said, well, yeah, you can bring him back, and we'll give you a refund. Well, I mean, he's a puppy. My kids had fallen in love with it. I fell in love with it. My wife was, totally attached. It's not a commodity, yet the pet store treated it as such. We ended up, nursing him back to health. We had a phenomenal veterinarian that helped us. And the more I looked into, the issue with pet stores and puppy mills and the problems, the more, disgusted I was that the practice continues, that we had kind of fed into it without, fully understanding it. And so I think moving in this direction is smart because not only is it the right thing to do, but I think there are a lot of folks who don't know better and feel that this is something that they want to do without knowing that they're, part of the problem. So I'm very happy that we're moving this forward, and I wholeheartedly endorse it.
Well, that was touching. Thank you. Councilmember Wharton?
Yeah, I just want to, on behalf of Councilmember Fowler, who couldn't be here at the meeting today, wanted me to express her strong support for this, and just let you know that she's eager to see it pass as well. And then in our house, we have 2 rescue cats that are part of our family, and unfortunately, a lot of times the law treats animals, as chattel or personal property. They're the same as a lamp or a couch, but they're not the same. And when we have laws like this that recognize that and protect these members of the family, and especially in District 3 where there are more pets in households than there are children, I think that we send a message that we recognize that in Salt Lake City. And so I'm also very excited to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Our discussions around dogs don't normally go so well. We're really setting a new streak here. Councilmember Rogers?
Wharton, you've got to remind me your fur baby's name again.
The cats are named Tim Gunn and Ferguson. And then, of course, Blanche the corgi.
That's it. I was looking for Blanche.
Yes.
Do you have any touching stories to share with us? Okay, Councilmember Johnston. Well, as you could tell, I was trying to adopt a dog in the hallway today without the support of my family. I can't help it. So I've been in support of this since we brought it up about 2 years ago, and it kind of stalled out. And I don't know where in the building it stalled out, but here it is, and that's wonderful. And I think the greatest comfort is both that all of our businesses that we reached out to are already basically in compliance with it, but really that such outstanding organizations as Humane Society and Best Friends Animal Society have made adopting pets in vogue, and that it's such a pleasant process, and that they, you know, that's how we get pets here in Salt Lake City, and I'm happy to make that law, and agree with Councilmember Luke that for those who don't understand the repercussions of puppy mills and that sort of a factory style production of animals, at least we do some prevention for those sweet little pups. And so, folks, we don't have to have a public hearing on this type of an amendment or this type of a limitation that we'd be setting. It being an animal issue, I'd like to have a straw poll on whether or not we want to schedule a public hearing on this. So if you...
So, by not scheduling a public hearing,
then
we can move it faster? Yeah. Okay.
Sure, it would be the schedule we've been setting for everything at this point. We'd adopt it end of November.
I think the sooner we can move it through, the better. So.
Okay, any other discussion? Jan, am I
Yeah, so it's on your
speaking
consent
truth?
agenda to set the date, so you might want to pull up before you approve the consent portion of your agenda.
Do I need to take a straw poll on this? Does anyone want to speak to holding a public hearing on it? Call out all the dogs?
I just think, I think where this is already existing law in the county, like, that I don't know that a public hearing would be
Okay.
of much benefit.
Okay, then we'll pull it from the consent agenda tonight for the public hearing date, and we'll most likely take action on it on November 13th. Is that the soonest we could? Not tonight. November 13th.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So brief. That gives us more time with our Central Wasatch Commission update. We're going to welcome back some old friends. Mayor Ralph Becker, please come up, and Jesse Dean, if you're so inclined, and Laura Briefer, our Director of Public Utilities, and then Sam Owen, our policy analyst from the council office. Sam, could you give us an introduction here? Welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We have our friends from the administration from the Central Wasatch Commission here. Director, former Salt Lake City Mayor Ralph Becker, and his Chief of Staff, Jesse Dean, Director of Public Utilities, Laura Briefer, to summarize and update us on the activities of the Central Wasatch Commission. So with that, turn it over.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It's great to see all of you, be with you again. It's been some time. So we want to give you a brief, both in some cases maybe introduction, but an update on the Central Wasatch Commission, the city's role and where we are and where we seem to be headed. I should begin by noting that the vice chair of the commission is Mayor Biskupski, and she's been an active and a participant from the beginning. The commission would not have gotten off the ground had it not been for the incredible dedication of two of the city staff, particularly Laura Briefer and Carly Castle, who carried the commission along until the commission began to develop staff. And I know because as the only staff person for about 2 months, I don't know how they did it on top of their regular jobs, because I certainly wasn't able to do it working full-time very effectively. And Jesse Dean, all of you know, who's the Deputy Director of the Commission. And we're going to just run through really quickly some background in terms of what the Central Wasatch Commission is and our boundaries and our mission and membership and then what we've been doing. So we were formed through state statute, which provides by interlocal agreement for jurisdictions to come together to form a new governmental entity. And it was one of the recommendations or agreements coming out of Mountain Accord that this governmental entity get formed because there's so many jurisdictions with responsibilities in the Central Wasatch Mountains, and to have a central place both for information and to continue with the kind of consensus that Mountain Accord arrived at, and to really implement Mountain Accord as an agreement. The commission is made up of the mayors of all of the jurisdictions. In one case, Sandy, when Mayor Dolan left office, or as he was leaving office, he asked City Council member Chris McCandless, who many, if not all of you know, who headed up the Jordan River Commission and really led an incredibly successful effort there and kind of bringing jurisdictions together. He left that and took on the Central Wasatch Commission and is doing a similar remarkable job, I'd say, in spearheading this effort. And you can see up and down both the Wasatch Front and the Wasatch Back that there are representatives by elected officials, now 10 members. Salt Lake County wanted and received 2 members because they're special. And you all had to go back through and sort of ratify that change. The only non-elected official, the state of Utah, is represented by UDOT Director Carlos Braceras. Our authorities are not to displace any of the jurisdictional authorities, but to, I'd say, enhance the capacity of all of the jurisdictions. And the focus has really been on taking that agreement of Mountain Accord, which was arrived at in 2015, and was agreed on by every local jurisdiction, the state, and signed by the governor and others in the legislature and leadership, and by all of the local governments and by all of the ski resorts and all of the environmental organizations, as well as hundreds literally of other people who had participated and felt good about that long-term direction. The commission can accept funds. So for example, Salt Lake City has been appropriating money, as the other jurisdictions have, and some of the new members, like the new city of Mill Creek, is committing to appropriation as well. And can also receive donations and contributions and pursue grants and that sort of thing. So those are all, I would say, in front of us. And actually will be the subject of a retreat that we're having on Friday afternoon through Saturday midday, making sure we get out in time for the Utah USC game on Saturday afternoon. And we're going to be sort of really using that as a forum to work through, I would say, kind of a strategic direction for the commission going forward, including some of our long-term funding. So there were, I'd say, 2 main directions that came out of Mountain Accord. One was to create a new federally designated area in the Central Wasatch that would have some additional protections and resolve a whole array of long-standing issues. And I'll come back and talk about that legislation a little bit in a minute. Then to provide coordination. So for example, UDOT is doing an environmental impact statement on Little Cottonwood Canyon and finding transportation solutions that all of us are well aware of, whoever tried to get up Little Cottonwood Canyon, particularly on powder days. And they're working through that. And so we're playing a kind of a centralizing role for a lot of the work that's being done by different jurisdictions, and a role in also helping provide direction. And I can tell you that UDOT, for example, as they're working through this EIS, is looking potentially at the Central Wasatch Commission playing a central role in actually implementing their decisions, because it's not just about the transportation and moving people up and down the canyons. It's also about trailheads and parking areas, and working with the adjacent land uses, and of course protecting watersheds. So we're finding that folks are glad to have the Central Wasatch Commission in place, the various jurisdictions, and are looking to us to play that kind of a role. One of the elements, and Laura worked on this pretty extensively with the public utilities staff, was also to develop an environmental dashboard. So there has been an enormous amount of studies and work done in these mountains, as much as probably any semi-natural region in the country. But people don't know what's been done and who's done it and what current research should be done, and prioritizing that research. So one of the things that's being worked on under the umbrella of the commission is developing an environmental dashboard that will be a central location for data that's been peer-reviewed and that folks can rely on for making decisions regardless of what jurisdiction they're in. Jesse has been taking the lead. We're in the process of forming, that's part of the interlocal agreement, a stakeholder council of having between 28 and 35. Don't ask me how they came up with that number, but stakeholders serve in advisory capacity to the commission itself, and to really work in the same kind of consensus-oriented approach among all of those interests to try to address issues and provide guidance in a consensus way, collaborative way for the Central Wasatch. And we're also working on various transportation issues beyond just UDOT. Let me turn for just a minute to the legislation. Mountain Accord called for legislation. It was actually quite specific on what the elements would be and some of the agreements to resolve a bunch of the disputes. It included several land exchanges between the ski resorts and the Forest Service, and to provide for an authorization through the legislation. And then if the authorization occurred, for the Forest Service to go through its environmental impact assessment type, statement type processes and all of their valuation processes to make sure they were equal value exchanges in the end. It also called for creating a new wilderness, for expanding existing wilderness, for creating a new special management area in the White Pine area. And it provided for limits of expansion for the ski areas, which a lot of people were anxious to see, so that the kind of development proposals that many of you will remember, like the Ski Link proposal, we would not see in the future. The legislation was actually pulled together over about a year and introduced at the end of the last Congress by Congressman Chaffetz. This area falls within what was his district. And they held a hearing on the bill, and then it was late in the session and didn't move any further, and I would say remained still until the commission formed and I came on board in June, and then the congressional delegation invited us to look at bringing them a bill for this year and this Congress. And we know how well Congress gets so much done and works to get things done. But we looked at that and said, all right, we'll do everything we can. So I would say my primary task in terms of consuming my time has been seeing if we can address issues that were raised in 2016, some new issues that have arisen, mostly just because of a change of players, having different views about what should happen, and seeing if we can get a bill together for congressional consideration ASAP. We've had 2 drafts of bills. We will hopefully soon come up with a 3rd draft of a bill that's reflecting trying to work out what are 6 or 7 remaining issues. And I would say all of them are within easy sight of being addressed and resolved. except one, and it continues to perplex us, though we continue to work on it, and that involves Grizzly Gulch and Alta Ski Lifts property in Grizzly Gulch, and their agreement under Mountain Accord and under the legislation, they've decided they don't like that arrangement. And so they've backed away from their support for the legislation, and we've been trying to find some alternative course, so far without success is probably the easiest way to put it. But literally every day we've been working on that and the other issues. So we're moving forward, and I'd say very aggressively in every area, and thankfully for me and for the commission, we now have Jesse as an incredible staff member, and Lindsay Nielsen, who isn't with us tonight because she's preparing for a 7:30 a.m. meeting that I'll be at as well. And we're meeting with every group that has any interest, usually multiple times, to try to make sure they're as informed as possible and we understand where they come from and respond to their issues.
Councilmember Luke.
Madam Chair, so the opposition regarding Grizzly Gulch, is that only coming from Alta, or do they have other individuals that are also lobbying against it?
The Grizzly Gulch issues just involved Alta. And as I said, the land exchange that they supported at one time, they've had a change in management and they've decided they don't anymore. And we've, I'd say, been going round and round and round. And I couldn't even tell you how many rounds, but we're probably approaching double digits in both the number of meetings and number of ideas we've floated to try to find something that they can agree to and then the rest of the community would find acceptable. As of today, we're not there, and I'd say we're further away than we were a week ago, but 2 weeks ago we were closer than we are today. So it's just kind of that sort of a situation. There are other issues that others have raised that were consistent all the way through Mountain Accord, and it's for the most part, there's some people who just don't want to see additional land protections and disagree with an additional federal land classification. So that's ideological. But then there's some people that you all know very well who have been in litigation with the city for decades, who own dry lots and dry properties. They're usually old mining claims and patents. And they want to be compensated as though they were developable ground and they had both access and water, which they don't have. And those folks are very unhappy because they're not getting what they seek. And I will say they continue to be very active in not just involvement, but I would say in almost harassment kinds of activities to all of us who are involved in trying to move something forward.
Ralph, did you finish your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Laura
Unless,
Briefer,
Laura,
you want to
wanna-
say anything?
Anything?
Jesse? Okay, council members, any other questions? Well, I'll tell you that I think that it's been an incredible process that Laura helped to steer, as you mentioned at the beginning, and that the creation of the Central Wasatch Commission wasn't necessarily without any hiccups, and we've ridden through those waves, but that I feel an incredible amount of comfort knowing that you two are now helping steer the success of Central Wasatch Commission. I appreciate your willingness to come and bring us updates and information. It'll be really interesting to see if you end up with a piece of legislation at the federal level this year. Next, we hope so. Councilmember Kitchen?
Just on that issue of the legislation, will Representative Curtis be running that, or are you?
Well, when Representative Chaffetz left, this was before Representative Curtis was elected, the bill was assigned to Representative Love. And she's continued to express an interest in running the bill. Representative Curtis has, and actually even Representative Stewart, of course, who represents Salt Lake City, have both indicated a desire to run the bill, pending the agreement of Representative Love. So right now it's in Representative Love's hands, and she continued to express her willingness or desire to run the bill. So I think that remains to be seen. No bill has been introduced in this Congress. So there isn't a sponsor, but I will say, and now a number of meetings with our congressional delegation and with others in Congress and their staffs, that there's a very warm receptivity to the legislation. And people are anxious to see us bring something forward. And I think the commission feels strongly that it wants to do its best to work out every issue before that happens.
Any other questions, council members? Well, thank you all for staying with us so late tonight. We appreciate this, and we'll consider this an ongoing conversation. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you for making time, and you know where to find us at
We
any
do.
time.
In the mountains.
Well, we call those field trips. Yeah. Or watershed
And Mr.
inspections.
Dean has a sporty mustache that fits in pretty well there, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you. It's working well.
Well, welcome back, and thanks for being with us. That takes us to our board appointments, and Chris is going to chair from here.
Oh, there we go. Moving on to our board appointments, which is item number 9 and 10 on the agenda. We have Deirdre Darby Duffin, or Dee Dee, if you want to come up. Yeah.
Should I sit in one of these?
Please have a seat wherever you're comfortable.
Hello.
And so, do you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you applied to be on a city board and commission, and what you think that you can add to the UPACA board?
Sure. So I have been a resident of Salt Lake City for about 28 years. I live in Sugar House currently. I'm also a local artist, so I'm a singer and an actress. What drew me to applying for the position, it was mentioned to me that there was a board by Mayor Biskupski, and before the building was built, I was a part of this Women in Theater group, and we referred to the Eccles Theater as the BAT, the Big Ass Theater.
Mm-hmm.
And we were, our concern was, what do local artists get from that building? And having now been in the building to see performances and also been a performer in that building, I'd say that it was a pretty good choice to build it. And I'd like to kind of follow closely what happens with who and what we get to perform in there.
Okay, great. How were you able to be able to perform there?
So I performed with the KUTV Pops concert not this past summer, but the summer beforehand, with the choir from the Princeton Girls Choir, and with Sterling Polson and his Army Band. And Sterling Polson is a cousin of my husband's.
Oh, wow.
So he knew that I was a singer and asked me to sing with that choir, so that was really spectacular.
Council members, any questions for Deirdre or Dee Dee? Yeah, thank you for your willingness to serve. So we will put your name on our consent agenda for our formal meeting, which starts at 7. You need not be present to win. You are, of course, welcome to join us and sit through the meeting, but you're also very welcome to go home and spend time with your family.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank
so
you very
much.
much. That was painless.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate that.
All right, see you later. Okay, and then I don't see Mr. Weinecker in the audience. Does everyone want to saunter for a few minutes?
Well, we could do the announcements really quick.
Yeah, maybe we'll do announcements, if that's okay with everybody, and then, okay.
Now I have to find them.
Take it away, Cindy. I couldn't be at vice chair, so I don't even know what they are. I'm excited.
Well, if you want the truth, I don't know what they are either. Anybody know what they are? I've lost my paper.
Oh.
Oh, no, I was saving it in a very special place.
Okay.
Okay, surplus land disposition policy, prioritizing affordable housing. You've talked quite a bit about this in the property list and that type of a thing. And the question the staff is asking is, does the council want to schedule a second briefing and consider adopting the surplus land disposition policy? This goes clear back to April, where you talked about the surplus land disposition policy, and then you wanted the list of properties and that type of thing. So we have postponed it all this time. The policy itself would add affordable housing to the list of priorities that are to be considered when disposing of city-owned property. So it could be relatively simple. You could just take a quick look at that again and add housing if you wanted to. You could wait for, I think that Jennifer has been gathering a little bit more of additional information about city properties and that type of thing.
Yes, the county had engaged a firm, an outside consulting firm, to do sort of a review of all publicly owned properties anywhere in Salt Lake County. And so we've been in touch with the county to make sure that those lists are consistent, because sometimes they're not. And so we've been working on that. There will be a conference, the ULI conference in Salt Lake City in November, and they're going to be talking about it. And so we'll send out an invite to council members when they're in town and try to set up a meeting for that. So.
Okay. Anyone else want to make an announcement, personal or other?
Not an announcement. If Prop 4 passes, there are going to be some repercussions for Salt Lake City. And I think that it would be wise for us to kind of figure out what those repercussions will be. That is where if an individual owns a building and a state entity leases that building for the entire building, it becomes property tax exempt.
Oh, you mean Amendment B?
Constitutional amendment, yeah.
Yeah. I have a biased political opinion about that, if you'd like me to sit over there.
I think we all do.
Well, I don't know if we can talk about it.
Well, so we can, I think James can say that and put it on the table, and then we can come back to you as long as we list it on
Right.
the agenda.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I would like to.
Okay. And we can
Brought
just
up.
put it like under the chair, vice chair report, or the
It can even be a
director's
written
report.
briefing or whatever.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Or you can just see my Facebook post about it.
You know, I have deleted my account, believe it or not.
You have?
So, oh my. I'll get it printed out for you. I'm sure you'll, I'll get you some Blanche updates
You know,
as well.
the only reason I was on Facebook was to follow you, Chris.
That's so sweet.
You and Blanche.
I'll just start printing a monthly newsletter. Okay. Still trying to drag out the time for Adam. Okay, maybe we just reschedule on that.
He wasn't scheduled till 6:20.
Oh, shoot.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe, do we want to everyone go get food and then come back, and yeah, we'll just eat in front of him? He'll be cool with it, I know him. Okay, so that's 10 minutes. See you all in 10, or it's demerits all around.
Demerits.